We thank you for joining us for a special coverage of the midterm election.
That's right. The polls in Texas closed about a minute and a half ago. At least most of them did. We'll get more on that here in just a little bit. We're waiting on those election officials to release the first round of results. Usually that's the early voting numbers from last week and the week before that.
And in the meantime, we are going to take a look at what polling locations look like right now. And remember, if you did get in line before 7 o'clock, you can still cast a ballot. And our Ford Sanders joins us now. And Ford, what are you seeing at the polling location where you are tonight?
Absolutely. Well, Quita, I've actually been at UT Austin's polling location. I came here around 2 o'clock. This line was wrapped around three sides of this academic center here. However, it was about 30 minutes start to finish then. When we were here about an hour ago, the 30-minute mark, that was halfway through the line, so we're seeing about an hour wait. However, the line did just get shut off, but these people in line, they will get to cast their ballot. I want to talk about Travis County. Already as of 5:30, they said around 111,000 people voted. Let's compare that to 2018. We saw roughly 110,500 people. I know some of those early voting numbers were a little bit less than that 4-year ago mark that we saw in 2018, but like we said, as of 5:30, we've already seen it happen. I want to introduce someone to y'all as well. This is Jordan. Jordan is a first-time voter, and you're a student at UT Austin, right?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, so she voted for the first time. Your family's from?
Round Rock, Texas.
Round Rock. So she knows this area. She loves this area. So she is so happy to be able to cast that vote. And how was the line for you?
It took not even 15 minutes. It was in and out.
See, so that was good. So now we're seeing a little bit longer, but these people, they'll get to cast their ballot right now. Back to y'all.
All right, we love those first-time voters. KVUE's Ford Sanders reporting for us tonight. Ford, thank you. And now we're joined by our Matt Fernandez, who's been monitoring the polls down in Hays County. And Matt, where exactly are you and what have you been seeing tonight?
Yeah, hi, Quade. I'm on the Texas State campus. People are no longer allowed to get in line, but I'm going to step aside. And Eric, if you can push in, these folks are allowed to vote because they were in line before 7 o'clock. And I heard a volunteer not too long ago say that you are able to vote, but it's about an hour and a half wait. And it looks like a lot of people are still staying in line. A lot of people haven't left, so they still plan on letting their voice be heard at the polls, as they heard about an hour and a half wait as the polls were about to close. But once again, as they were in line, they are able to vote because they were there before 7 o'clock. And I've spoken with a couple of the voters here. They were very excited to vote, a first-generation voter. She said it was a really great experience. And then I also spoke with the first-time voter. He said it was about an hour and a half for him, but he said it was well worth it. And this has obviously been one of the most crowded polling sites in Hays County. Earlier, they were recommending people go to another site, but as you can see, people still waiting it out, and they want their voices to be heard. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Matt Fernandez, reporting for us tonight from Hays County.
Throughout the night, we're going to have analysis on all of the races. While we're still waiting for some of those results to drop, we are going to be joined by Ayan Mitra, the senior managing editor of the Texas Tribune. Thank you so much, Ayan, for taking some time to talk with us tonight.
Sure thing. Thanks for having me.
You know, the first thing we want to talk about is that breaking news coming out of Harris County. The polls staying open 1 hour later. What's exactly happening out there?
Yeah, well, some of the polling locations in Houston and Harris County opened late, and state law requires that election day voting sites have to be open for 12 hours. And so, a judge ruled, and the county was fine with basically allowing voters to be able to vote till 8 p.m. in Harris County, just to make sure that voting sites are complying with state law. So that's kind of, if you're in line before 8 p.m., you should be able to cast your ballots in Harris County. And so that's what's going on there. There's also in Bell County in central Texas, polls were also extended there because of some technical issues in the morning. So those are the two places that have kind of extended times today.
Do you think that this is really going to have a big impact on the results that we're going to see coming in? I would say typically in Harris County, we see long lines, last people standing in line to vote well past 8, 9 o'clock at night. How do you think this is going to play out in terms of the results?
Well, certainly Harris County is obviously the most populous county in the state, so certainly it matters what happens there. But obviously there's going to be a lot of counting going on elsewhere, so it just really kind of depends on how tight some of these contests are. But Harris County being the largest one, a lot of a lot of eyes will be on there to see what happens there.
Ion, the big race tonight that everyone is watching is the race for governor. Governor Greg Abbott versus Democratic challenger Beto O'Rourke. What will it take, you think, for Beto O'Rourke to be able to pull off this upset and become the first Democrat to win a state office in Texas in nearly 30 years?
Yeah, it's a great question, and it's hard to kind of predict what would necessarily need to happen. But obviously, a big showing in a lot of the urban areas would be a good sign for Democrats. They've traditionally not done as well in the rural areas, and obviously a big early vote would have been helpful too. There wasn't as big of an early vote turnout this time as in comparison with 2018. But if there's big turnout in urban areas, Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, then Democrats would have would have some prospects here. But obviously a lot of the polling, a lot of not just about specific races, but also a lot of issues seem to have kind of trended in Republicans' ways, in the direction of Republicans statewide. So it's hard to know for sure. It's all about turnout.
Yeah, one of the things I think is really interesting, while a lot of people like to talk about the governor's race, is the lieutenant governor's race. This is a big rematch, and Mike Collier was able to come within 5 points of Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick during the 2018 election. What do you think, predictions? I know you don't have a crystal ball sitting in front of you, but do you think we'll see a tighter race in that contest?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's a rematch. Mike Collier did very well and came pretty close with Lieutenant Governor Patrick. And is looking to kind of repeat that tight of a race. Dan Patrick has consistently pulled ahead of Mike Collier, so it's hard to see that changing, as long with kind of like also the trends about what's happening. This is a midterm election. The president is a Democrat right now, so that it tends to be that it doesn't vote as well for the party in power in the White House, so that always has a trickle down effect. Obviously a lot of people are talking about aspects of the economy and inflation, and so those are things that are seemingly hurting Democrats in this election. So it's it's going to be all again about turnout, but things have been looking good for Republicans statewide.
Yeah, and there's been a real push from the Republican Party to take South Texas, to really campaign hard and really make an impact on areas south of the border. We even have the governor in McAllen tonight. How critical is South Texas for both parties?
It's a huge symbol. There are 3 races here that are really being challenged. Part of these districts have been partially redrawn through the redistricting process earlier during the legislative session in 2021. But these are really competitive races, including a couple of Democratic incumbents. Vicente Gonzalez switched districts during redistricting, and Henry Cuellar is still representing the Laredo area districts, and these are real areas that are strongly contested, and a lot of feedback is again about the economy, about issues of border security, and those are issues that are really playing strong. And so I think a lot of the Republicans are nationally have been invested in these races, and I think that they're really tight because the issues that are being debated are issues that really resonate that resonate in ways that could bring about a lot of Republican support. Economy, again, border security. So it'll be interesting to see. These are the really interesting races to watch tonight in Texas.
Yeah, so those 3 on the border, what other ones are on your top list that you're watching that maybe we should be tuned in on?
Well, certainly you mentioned the governor's race and lieutenant governor's race. We'll also be closely watching the attorney general's race. The incumbent, Ken Paxton, is facing a challenge from Rochelle Garza, and so that's again a statewide race that we'll have our eyes on too. And obviously Ken Paxton has been in a lot of national headlines. He's gotten the endorsement of former President Donald Trump, and so that's going to be a big one to watch for us as well. And then obviously there's other statewide races that have a lot of impact on us. Through state policy and other aspects, Railroad Commission, Agriculture Commissioner. So we'll be watching those as well as elections for our Supreme Court and our Court of Criminal Appeals.
Yeah, will be interesting to see how it all shakes out. Ion Mitra with the Texas Tribune. We thank you so much for taking some time to talk with us tonight.
Thank you.
All right, Ashley, thanks for that. Let's take a look at some early voting numbers. 2018 on the left-hand side of your screen. You see the 3 largest counties in Central Texas is what we're talking about here. Overall turnout was down compared to early voting in the last midterm election 2018. Travis County, 40,000 fewer people voted early by mail this year compared to 2018. That's even with 100,000 more registered voters than 4 years ago. This go around 37% of registered voters voted early compared to 47% in 2018. In Williamson County, just over 600 more people voted early than last midterm in 2018, but with so many more registered voters, turnout still about 10 percentage points behind where it was in 2018, 49% to 39%. Similar story in Hays County. The total number of early voters up about 2,500 from 4 years ago, but as a percentage of all registered voters, turnout down about 39% this year compared to 46.5% 2018. Again, these are our early voting numbers, still a chance to get out. You got, well, you can't. It's too late to get out now, but you should have been in line by 7 o'clock unless you live in Harris County. But actually, we're getting some early numbers in, and I was curious to see your take on this. We just saw the numbers. The only early numbers we've got is for the governor's race in the state of Texas. Again, these are early voting numbers. O'Rourke with just shy of 900,000 votes in the early period. But I want to look at Travis County as we zoom in a little bit. You can see the early vote difference, about 167,000 in favor of the Democrat. Of course, Travis County traditionally a blue county. It looks like it's leaning that way, at least in the early vote. But this is interesting. Two counties side by side. Ashley, tell us the difference. Dallas County, you've got the city of Dallas. Tarrant County, you've got the city of Fort Worth right next door. Very different voters in those two counties in North Texas.
Yeah, and so let's point this out. Very early.
Very early.
Very early in the night.
This is how early. 0% reporting.
Right.
That's pretty early.
Still a lot of white on this map.
Yeah.
Still a lot to change. But to your point, and what's really interesting, you brought up Travis County. This, not shocking anybody. I don't think anyone is surprised by these numbers. But now Dallas County is traditionally a blue county, as are the big counties in Texas. But when you look at Tarrant County, this is where Fort Worth is. Now, Fort Worth has traditionally been reliably red. This is something that Republicans have been able to count on. But yeah.
But look at this. Biden won that county in the 2020 presidential election.
Exactly. And that is ish, right?
No, he won by 2,000 votes.
Yes. Well,
Trump won the election, but Biden won the county, which is what I was talking about with Tarrant County.
Not a lot more, but yeah, he won 49%.
He won more votes, so he won the county, yeah.
He got more votes. But I think this is going to be one of those counties that we have to watch because
Williamson's in.
Williamson County early voting in. And we talked about this I hope you were watching KVUE News at 5 and 6. Then you heard us talking about Williamson County, one of those counties to watch. Because while things about in the House and the Senate have been redrawn, Williamson County, especially when you have people moving out of Austin, moving out of Travis County because of some of the issues they have here into Williamson County, it is affecting the politics there.
Let's talk about the trends. We talked about it before. Look at this. Biden won Williamson County 2 years ago in the presidential race. So like you said, to your point, some of the demographics perhaps changing in Williamson County. Again, tonight's going to be a good indication of where that county stands when it comes to the races we're going to be covering tonight, both statewide and local, in fact.
Yeah, and so here's one of the things I really want you to do is I want you to tap that 2022. Let's look at how it went in 2018. So you can see, again, we're still pretty early in the night here, but you can see that Williamson County did go for Governor Greg Abbott by a sizable lead. You know, I would say
22,000 votes. Yeah.
I mean, you know, that's a little sizable. When you look at Travis County, this is why I say that Travis County vote with O'Rourke and Abbott, so 67-30, hit 2022.
Yeah, back to this year.
That's why I'm saying this is not a surprise. This is what we expect out of Travis County, and this is kind of what we expect for our area, at least this county, throughout the night. I don't anticipate it's going to change some, but it's not going to change a whole lot. This is what we're watching here. Of course, Williamson County will be interesting to see. And I think Hays County will be interesting to see when those numbers start to roll in.
Let's look at Hays County in 2018. Take us down to Hays County in 2018. Let's go a little further.
It's can't find it. I can't find it.
It's right.
I hit it.
It's not working. There it is.
No, that's Comau. Do you see?
Am I hitting the wrong button?
Okay.
There
we go.
There.
We got it.
See, but Hays County, look.
Just a minute.
Even Hays County went 50% for Valdez, just over 2,000, a little less than 2,000 votes there.
You have these closed counties where, because of some of the exodus from Travis County is impacting some of the politics in these areas around Texas, and so it's coming in. It's not surprising though in the county that is in between here.
It's very sensitive tonight. The touchscreen is very sensitive.
I barely touched it and it went back to Wilco. So again, early in the night. Early numbers when we look at overall how we're looking. 56% for Beto O'Rourke, 43% to Governor Greg Abbott. This is nothing, though, that Governor Abbott is stressing about right now.
No, and we're going to see as we go, this is a different time zone out here, so that'll be a little later. That's, of course, where O'Rourke is. But this is the area, Ashley, that everybody's wondering about, because you see Greg Abbott's in McAllen tonight. He's stressed the importance of border security, and he is down there showing his support for that area. But these votes, traditionally, if you go back, you'll see, like we talked about in 2018, look at the blue here. You got blue all the way around, especially down right on the border here. So that's the area I'm talking about. Whenever you see those numbers start coming in, we'll have a really good indication as to which way they're going to be moving in this election.
Yeah, and now I don't know that this is going to be, this is a battleground. Right,
it
for
is.
Republicans and Democrats, and part of the reason when we look at the heat, is you can see the dark blue sort of goes away, right?
Yeah.
The darker the blue, the more reliably Democratic it is, and the darker the red, same for the other team. When you start to really look at this, I think the hope for Republicans came with the congressional seat. Mayra Flores, in a special election, was able to flip a hard, reliably blue district.
Deep blue.
Deep blue.
Yeah.
She flipped it for Republicans. Now, because of the redistricting process, Representative Vicente Gonzalez was drawn out of his district. Now he has to go into that district. He didn't want to step down to face her during the special election when he knew he had to face her in November anyway.
Back to back, yeah.
Right. That didn't make sense as far as strategy is concerned. And then you would have forced a special election in the other district. It would have been a whole mess.
It would have been a mess, yeah.
So I think this is going to be, can they win this? Can Republicans take this area that they want so badly? But those numbers coming in again, very, very zero. Zero precincts.
This will get lighter as we get election results
happening.
in.
Don't start popping the champagne.
And it's gotten a lot closer, too. You're seeing some more counties pop up in North Texas that are traditionally red counties, and then south of San Antonio as well. Ooh, this is are we done? Is this it?
Well, we're not quite done. Quita has some numbers for us. We want to check in on some of our local race results that are coming in. Quita, what do you have for us?
Well, first I want to tell you that we do have a viewer-friendly version of that map that you saw Ashley and Brian working on that you can play with online. It's linked in the KVUE voter guide at kvue.com/vote Texas, and you can follow along with us as Ashley and Brian work that map. Okay, let's get to some of the results in the local races that we've been seeing so far tonight. Austin mayor's race, we have Celia Israel with 41%, Kirk Watson with 36%, Jennifer Virden coming in third with 17% right now. And again, very early voting. You can see these numbers are definitely going to change. And we have Anthony Bradshaw with 2%, Gary Spellman 2% as well. All right, let's move on to the next race here. Let's see, where is it? There we go. Austin City Council District 5, Stephanie Bazan, 29%. She is in the lead right now. Ryan Alter with 25%. He's still very close. Ken Craig, 20%. Bill Welch, 14%. And again, these are just early voting results. All of these numbers, they are going to change throughout the evening tonight. Okay, Austin City Council District 5. We have Aaron Velasquez Webman with 10%. Brian Anderson II with 2%. So, okay, let's keep going here. We have District 3, Jose Velasquez with 38%. He is in the lead right now. We see Daniela Silva with 34%. She just a few percentage points away from him. That's not too bad. We have Gavino Fernandez, 5%. Esala Wushner with 3%. Okay, let's go to District 8 for the Austin City Council right now. Paige Ellis, the incumbent, 60%. A very strong lead right now against all the other candidates. And Austin City Council District 9, Zohaib Godfrey with 30%. He's leading right now. Linda Guerrero, 23%. She's the next closest candidate. And there we go. The rest of them following in their wake. We have Hoa Spearman with 5%, Tom Wald 5% as well, Zena Mitchell 4%, and Kim Olson 3%. Let's go to Austin Prop A. That's $350 million in bond for affordable housing. We have 72% of Austin voters so far voting in favor of Prop A. All right, and looks like we are going to continue to keep up with all of these results as they roll in tonight, because we're going to have a lot to keep up with.
A lot of numbers tonight.
Yeah, a lot of things. We're going to take a quick break for you so we can give you an update on election results on air on TV. In the meantime, we're going to continue to show you results right here online. We'll be right back with you in just a few minutes. It is election night in Texas. Thank you for joining us on KVUE News as we are bringing you some results. And we got some fun numbers that we want to already get to for you tonight. In fact, the AP already calling one of the races tonight. They are calling the race for U.S. House District 37. This is that newly created district in Austin for Representative Lloyd Doggett.
79% of the vote, 165,000 votes to just 19%, just under 40,000. You can see the difference here. That's why they called it so early. They could see the direction this race was going. Again, Ashley mentioned a brand new district. You can see Interstate 35 right through the middle. That's MOPAC right through the middle. But Lloyd Doggett winning that race tonight decisively, it appears, according to the Associated Press.
Yeah, and so his old district, District 35, has not been called yet. Again, we're just looking at some some of the early numbers that are coming in, but this district, which has been blue for a mighty long time, no matter how many times they try to redraw it.
And they have redrawn it.
Many times, but you can see the numbers strong for former Austin City Council member Greg Cassar right now.
Let's take a look at what it did look like, Ashley. Speaking of, this was in 2020, the last time they were up for re-election. You can see, just keep your eyes on this area here and watch how much smaller it is as we move to 2020. It just slims down just a little bit. Greg Cassar, though, with over 42,000 votes, leading by over 35,000 votes as we go through the early. Again, these are mostly early voting numbers. You can see really 0% reporting at this time, but a significant lead. Again, the AP has not called District 35, but has called District 37.
For Doggett. And so, you know what, let's go to the statewide races. Those are the ones that everybody's looking at right now. And we're starting to see some numbers roll in the race of Governor Greg Abbott versus Democratic challenger Beto O'Rourke. Right now, again, very early, 0% reporting. These are some early voting totals from just some parts of Texas, but O'Rourke with a lead, 53% over 46% for Governor Greg Abbott. You want to look locally?
Let's zoom in.
All right, so let's look at our counties, the early numbers that we have for our areas. If you look at Williamson County right now, very close, but O'Rourke in the lead there. Travis County, these numbers, not very surprising. 75% for O'Rourke, 24% for Greg Abbott. When you go back to 2018, in fact, Lupe Valdez won in Travis County, one in Hayes County, so that's not a big surprise as to what we're seeing right now. If we look in Hayes County with O'Rourke versus Abbott right now,
2022.
There no numbers in yet.
No numbers in for Hayes County.
Yeah, so you can see what's going on. Let me not do that. Let me zoom back out to this race. When we look at what's happening with the lieutenant governor race, the rematch between Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick and Democratic challenger Mike Collier. Overall, there's some numbers that I had to pause.
Statewide numbers, yeah.
Because these were the exact numbers of the end in 2018. This was the exact total,
51 to 46. That's right.
Back in 2018.
That's what it was, exactly.
Right, so I had to stop for a moment.
Yeah.
But you can see right now, that's where we are. Looking like a rematch.
I want to look at Williamson County, though. Remember, Williamson County went to Biden in 2020, a traditionally Republican county, more trending toward the Democratic side 2 years ago. Right now, again, these are very, very early numbers, but you can see a 7,284 vote early vote lead for the Democrat Mike Collier. Of course, he ran in 2018. We talked about that. How did he do in Williamson County? Well, he lost Williamson County just barely by over 3,000 votes, which is ironically less than he's leading by now. So that's Williamson County is going to be an interesting one to watch, both from a state level and from a local level tonight as we get these numbers in. Williamson County, it's blue on the map now. We'll see if it stays that way as the night continues.
Yeah, and one of the things that we know about voters is that Democratic voters tend to vote early in the state of Texas. So it's not surprising to see more blue on this map, to see Democrats in the leads as we go through some of these races as the early voting totals come in, because Democrats like to vote early, just traditionally speaking. The Attorney General's race, if we
hit that total there,
that total button. So the Attorney General's race, we can see similar numbers. So again, you can see people sticking with Team Red or Team Blue in terms of those statewide seats right there, with Paxton in the lead, 51% to Rochelle Garza's 46%. But to your point, Williamson County.
Yeah. A lot of people banking on counties like Williamson County, the Democrats, I should say, banking on counties like Williamson County that aren't really expected to be blue. But as we saw back in 2018, who won Williamson County? Not the Attorney General. His opponent, Nelson, with over 100,000 votes, won Williamson County just 4 years ago. So now it's interesting to watch as these numbers, again, that's last year, 100% reporting. This is this year, 0% reporting. So we're not saying anyone's won anything yet. We're just looking at the trends from early voting, and we know early voting 4 years ago was a little bit greater than it was this year. So what does that mean? We'll find out over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, and let me tell you something, Brian, because this is one of those things that I get upset about and get passionate about. People do not go out and vote in Texas. Hit that 2018 number again and look at that difference. You cannot tell me that your vote doesn't matter.
That's a great point.
You cannot tell me your vote doesn't matter when less than 2,000 votes made the difference in this county.
That's a 1%. margin of victory. 200,000 votes, 2,000 of them.
And yes, this is a statewide seat, but what about your local races? What about your state house? What about your congressional seats? This is why we tell you, you've got to get out and vote, because your vote really does matter, you know, in these elections. And so it's interesting to watch. So let's look at Railroad Commissioner. This is a really interesting race that I think people are sort of tuned into right now, because the Railroad Commissioner, we say it over and over again, has nothing to do with transportation.
Railroads,
and everything to do with the oil and gas industry. And after the winter storm of 2021, folks started to pay attention to what the Railroad Commission and what the Railroad Commissioners were doing.
That's right. Wayne Christian, 54%. Again, that's 2022's early vote total. But the good thing is those numbers are pretty high statewide. A significant lead for Christian at this point through the early vote. You don't see any blue on the map just yet. All red, mostly around the Dallas area, Tarrant County, and in counties north of Dallas, you can see there. And then Williamson County, they're doing good work over in Williamson County. They're counting those votes early. I like the way they're doing it. And by the way, you can watch them do that. They have a live view of the actual counting taking place, so you can keep an eye on everything there. But yeah, that's going to be a fun race to watch tonight as well, because you say you got two guys that are going to be in an important role. One of them is going to be in a very important role in the state as we go through the next couple of years.
Well, and I want to point out, you can watch them count votes not just in Williamson County. You can watch it in Travis County. You can watch it in Hayes County. You can find the links to those live streams that are being provided on KVUE.com. We have those numbers for you. You know, I want to go back and when we look at these state numbers again, just to see what else is coming in and what's going on. The big number, right? The most populous county in the state of Texas. The polls.
Go ahead and show them where it is. Circle that thing.
Still open.
Circle that thing.
Oh, I'm in circle mode.
Yeah, I've got you on the touch screen, the monitor.
We're talking about Harris County. Yeah, I do a lot of circles. Y'all know I'm from Houston.
That's
you know I like it. Okay.
Looks good. We know exactly where that is. Tell them about it, though.
Harris County, because the polls, they had some voting issues, and a lot of the polls opened late. And so under the new state law, Senate Bill 1, the elections law, on voting day, the polls have to be open for 12 hours.
7 a.m. to 7 p.m. most of it.
Right. That is pretty much the language in the law. But because those polls didn't open until 8 a.m., a judge made a ruling just before 7 o'clock tonight to say the polls had to stay open until 8 p.m. Now,
just in Harris County.
Just in Harris County and in Bell County, right up here in Central Texas, in Bell County. So right above us here.
Sorry, I'm drawing.
I'm drawing.
You want to touch or draw? We've got a significant.
It's fine. I'm drawing. I like to draw. This is Bell County, so that's where Temple, Belton, Killeen, that area, those polls also staying open late because they had issues opening early, you know, and again, no votes in because they can't release those while their polls are still open.
They're still open.
So I think particularly when we're talking about what's going to happen with Harris County, this drop is going to make a difference. However, we know that drop because typically, if you go back to 2018, what was Harris County? Blue.
Blue, just like the major cities in the state.
Exactly. It's one of those races where where President Joe Biden won. I think you have to hit 2020 to see the numbers there, to see where Biden obviously won presidential. So we're not necessarily going to be surprised about what comes out of Houston. I don't think this is going to be anything too shocking. Out of Houston, but it's going to play a significant role.
But let me talk about this, though. As we talk about that dump, which is going to come later than everyone else, let's talk about the other big cities, okay? The other big cities. Dallas County, you've got a pretty significant lead in the early vote by Beto O'Rourke. Tarrant County, Fort Worth area, right next door to that. Pretty close as well, which is a traditional Republican county. Let's go down to Travis County. You see a significant lead for Beto O'Rourke. So my point is, depending on where we are when those Harris County numbers come in, one of these two significantly or not so significant lead could be affected by the number of votes that come in through Harris County. So when you talk about the entire state right now, just over 1 million votes at last count, very, very few counted. Beto O'Rourke with a 150,000 vote lead statewide, which is going to be something to watch as we get in. I think that Harris County story you talked about is going to be the big story in Texas, because not only is that a significant Democratic lean, it's also one of the biggest, if not the most populated counties in the entire state of Texas.
It is.
So that's one of the things tonight you're going to be wanting to watch. Watch Harris County when that comes in. It's probably going to be well after 11 o'clock o'clock, midnight, before we get the final numbers from anything. But Harris County is going to be a little bit later than that.
I'm going to go later than that, Brian.
Probably, yeah.
You said midnight. That's
Maybe
wishful thinking.
Thursday. Uh-oh, look, we've got 21% of the total vote. That's just by the ones that have been counted. Sorry, I got excited there.
You did. It's okay. And I think Harris County is going to be significant, but if you can give me a pen, give me an orange.
Oh, you want to touch it?
I want to touch it.
There it is.
But then there's this.
Yeah.
There's all of that in Texas.
And the reason she says that is because...
Look at it.
Yeah.
It is reliably red, and guess what these people do? They go out and vote.
Let's see the heat, though. Let's see the heat. Now, this is, again, signifying the strength of the Republican in the red, the strength of the Democrat in the blue. The lighter the color, the less the strength. Really strong up through here. You've got a little bit of a light color around Lubbock. You got the cities that are lighter, but you're right, Ashley. That is a traditional, strong, heavy voting Republican base.
Right. And these people, you know, obviously the population here doesn't compare to the population in Houston, in Harris County, but all that matters is who went to the polls. Who actually got up and not just registered to vote. They didn't talk about it, but they were being about it.
Well, let's see. How many voted in Harris County in 2018?
So we have
You've got 1.2 million roughly people voting.
How many people went to that Astros parade?
Probably less than, actually, probably more than that.
It was 2 million people at the Astros parade.
To your point, let's just look. Touch a few of those northern counties and let's look. You've got just under 1,500. Give me a couple of more. You've got 2,400 right there. You've got just, you know, not even 1,000.
Right. This population doesn't compare the population. But when you start to add all of this up.
Yeah. That's the key.
That's the key. And that's the issue, and that's what has been the challenge for Democrats. The other thing that
We've got some now, so let's see where they're going. Where they're going.
You mean our little towns?
Those traditional, smaller populated counties. Let's see what.
Shocker. Shocker, they're going red.
It's not working. It's not.
Uh-oh. Maybe you've got the touch.
I've got the touch.
You've got the touch.
Look at there, 257 votes.
Right.
940 to 94. Not a strong Democratic hold there. What county is that? Carson
County. So we expect these, you know, I say we expect these counties to be going red. This is not
East Texas.
Yes, these are not necessarily surprising. Well, Denton. This is a little. Denton. This is going to be one to watch.
That's North Texas, University of North Texas, which is a heavy student-populated county.
Right, but their state representative is a Democrat, I believe. We're testing my knowledge here. I got to think about the numbers.
Yeah, you've got me on that one.
Got to think about the numbers of those seats. But yeah, there's.
Whoa.
Okay.
Got a big dump there.
I get excited when it starts to change colors. So when we go back to the totals, so we can see that this shrinking, the lead between.
Significantly.
Yeah. Very significant shrinkage because, again, those numbers were incredibly early. We've now got 3% reporting. We can do kind of a heat total where you can see still just this one area
East Texas
is where we're starting to see, you know, more total numbers come in. We've still got a long night ahead of us, a very long night, and you don't even have some of the biggest drops.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We don't even have some of the biggest drops of early voting totals.
Can I draw for a second, like we talked about? This is the areas that I'm looking at tonight. Right here and right here. These are the parts of Texas that are battleground counties.
Yes.
These are the parts of the state that the governor has been campaigning a lot. In fact, he's in McAllen tonight. Beto O'Rourke has spent a lot of time there. He's from El Paso. He's there tonight. This is an area of the state we don't know exactly. Whoa, a big drop there. We don't know exactly what's going to happen time-wise here, but we're going to see these start coming in. And look, there's some blue. There's some blue.
Look at this big drop and what happened. Exactly.
It went heavy. It went heavy Republican.
That's why you cannot. That's why I said don't pop the champagne. No one should start drinking yet because again, it's very early. Just 3%. Okay.
Let's show real quick. 303 of 9,144 precincts. We haven't even scratched the surface, and I'm already sweaty.
All right, okay. Well, we're going to give you a break. We're going to check in with Quita Culpepper, who has some of those local races. Obviously, Quita, everyone wants to know the numbers on the Austin mayoral race. Where are we right now?
That is right, Ashley. And again, the early voting numbers are in, and you have to remember to win the mayor's seat outright, you have to get more than 50% of the vote. Take a look at these numbers. We have Celia Israel with 41%. Kirk Watson, 36%. Now, these two political analysts had always said were going to be the front runners in this race. You can see they are very close, but right now, neither one of them has gone above 50%. So they're already predicting a possible runoff between Celia Israel and Kirk Watson. Now, some of the other candidates in this race coming up, bringing up the rear, we have Jennifer Virden with 17%, Phil Campero-Burral with, there we go, they just changed it on me, but Anthony Bradshaw with 2% and Gary Spellman also with 2%. Okay, let's go now to Tony Plahetsky. He is at Kirk Watson's watch party tonight. Tony, what are you seeing there?
Hey, Quita. Well, certainly a lot of people have begun filling in this banquet hall. We're at Speakeasy downtown. Just about 10 minutes ago, Kirk Watson did arrive, and he's greeting and talking to a number of his supporters. You know, going into tonight, Quita, the big question was whether or not one of those two frontrunners, Kirk Watson or Celia Israel, would have enough momentum to push them over the finish line. And so that remains a question here tonight. But going into this evening, many people were beginning to think, many people watching this race who have followed local politics for many years, were suspecting that this likely would lead to a runoff. Kirk Watson, of course, running on a platform of largely experience. I mean, keep in mind, he was an Austin mayor 20 years ago. He was 40 years old when he was first elected. He used that as a springboard to then go up the street to the state capitol, serving as a Texas senator before resigning a couple of years ago to take a job in academia in Houston. He has said that he has the experience and the knowledge and the political resume to lead Austin into its next chapter. And he has, in fact, galvanized a lot of the more traditional Austin political base who have funded his campaign. He has outraised all of his opponents. But on the other side of the fence, there's also Celia Israel, who is serving now as a state representative. And Quita, she has really galvanized a lot of the young progressives in Austin. And they say that, look, we value Kirk Watson's experience. We appreciate that. But many of her supporters have argued that it's time for a change, that it's time for a new generation of Austin leaders. And so as voters went to the polls today, that was really a question on a lot of their minds, whether or not they would go for experience or whether or not they believed it was time to turn the page on leaders of the past and open a new chapter. Again, Jennifer Virden, a conservative, is also expected to continue to receive a respectable number of votes during the course of the evening as we get those returns in. And her votes, of course, could possibly force this race into a runoff. And so that's the question that we will be, continuing to watch and monitor tonight. But again, here at his campaign headquarters at Speakeasy, we're seeing a lot of, his supporters, a lot of familiar faces, traditional Austin, people from traditional Austin political circles, hugging Kirk Watson, shaking his hand, and hopefully throughout the course of the evening, we are going to have an opportunity to talk to Watson about his feeling as this night bears on. Back to you, Quita.
All right, KVUE senior reporter Tony Plahetsky reporting for us live from mayoral candidate Kirk Watson's watch party tonight. A lot of people getting there this evening. Tony, thank you very much. And now let's go to Darrenisha Heron. She joins us now from Celia Israel's watch party. Darrenisha, how are things looking out there?
Quita, is definitely a different scene here than earlier in the day. A lot of supporters have showed up for Celia Israel. I'm going to step aside so you can see what's happening here. I'm told they're expecting at least 100 people to show up in support of Celia Israel. And we know that she's not here at the moment, but I did see Travis County Judge Delia Garza here, and she was one of the big supporters of Celia Israel. Celia has served 4 terms as State House Representative for District 50, which covers Travis County. A big part of her campaign has been focused on increasing affordable housing and improving the public transit system and public safety. And we know that she has advertised herself herself as a woman of the people. She's come from a working class family. She's rolled transit growing up, and that's one of the big things. And that, sorry, I thought I was over, but that's one of the big things that she has focused on, and we expect her to talk here within the next hour. She's not here at the moment, but of course, we're going to have a live interview with her later on in the show to ask her some really pressing questions. So you want to stay right here with us.
All right, KVUE's Darrenisha Heron reporting for us live from mayoral candidate Celia Israel's watch party downtown. Darrenisha, thank you very much. And again, the numbers just keep rolling in. The more and more results from here in Travis County, Williamson County, Hayes County, and across the state of Texas. Ashley and Brian keeping a very close eye on our map and taking a look at the election results tonight. Ashley and Brian?
Yeah, so let's get right back to it with these statewide numbers. We're just going to take some time and run through all the fun races that
I got nowhere to be, Ashley. I've got nowhere to be.
Right here with me, Brian. That's where you got to be. So again, we've got 4% reporting. So this is still very early in the night. We have very large swashes of Texas where we don't have any numbers at all. You know, right now, gubernatorial race, very close, 48% to 51% in Governor Greg Abbott's favor. Again, the area that we're watching, South Texas. And this is where Republicans have spent a lot of their time trying to persuade voters to vote for them. But I want to look at some of the data coming out of their Webb County, right there on the border. Sticking with the Democrat Beto O'Rourke. When we look at Jim Hogg County, still strong lead right now for Beto O'Rourke, as well as in Zavala County. So that's really telling in terms of what Republicans were trying to do. However, we know that generally speaking, Democrats vote early. So when we're looking at early voting totals, it's not unusual to see those numbers going for the Democrats right there in those areas.
And we should also mention that you see a lot of the red in North Texas, Northeast Texas. These are very, very small counties population-wise. So it just, quite simply, Ashley, it doesn't take long to count 500, 602 votes. So that's why you're going to see the early voting numbers popping up from the smaller counties. You'll see these coming to populate soon, and then we're waiting to see what happens just north of Austin. Of course, kind of that I-35 corridor, Ashley, right through here is where we're looking to see some of those populations, see how those turn as the early voting numbers start to come in. We haven't seen those. For instance, McLennan County, we haven't seen anything coming from Bell County yet. So those areas are not showing up yet. I assume that the Waco numbers will come in soon because they've got obviously Baylor University. There are a lot of big student populations. So a lot of those kids probably voted today, as we saw at UT and at Texas State. We'll wait and see how that vote goes. But that's something, like you say, I'm anxious to see these western counties, and then along the border. Again, we talked about earlier, the governor is there in McAllen tonight, right? And then, of course, Beto O'Rourke is in El Paso, his hometown.
We're heading to El Paso. He was so busy today. He was in Houston. He was in Dallas. He was all over Texas still campaigning at the actual polls today. So he's traveling to El Paso. And, you know, they're in a different time zone, so he's got time to get there. I wanted to point out something, though, about Bell County is just like Harris County, the polls are still open there. The polls are not closing in Bell County and in Harris County until 8 p.m. tonight because they had issues, and they didn't open until 8 a.m. You know, a lot of the polling locations there. So that's going to be interesting. I think Hayes County is going to be interesting to see how this shakes out in our area. Yeah,
I'm anxious to see those numbers too. If you go back to 2018, the governor's race then was won by the Democrat at the time, Valdez, with just over 39,400 votes. It was close. It was close. It was. Which was the same way in Williamson County. In 2018 as well. It went to Abbott. Actually, it wasn't as close as I thought. The Attorney General's race is the one I'm thinking of in 2018 that was won by the Democrat in that election cycle.
And so let's talk about some of the other races that we just want to run down. So we talked about the governor's race. Let's talk about the lieutenant governor's race. So Dan Patrick with a larger lead than when we last checked in on this race, 52% over Collier, 46% he's leading right now. The Attorney General's race, tight within 5 percentage points, again, very early in the night. But, you know, Rochelle Garza, really a political newcomer. You know, she ran for a House seat. She was running for a congressional seat, but then suspended that campaign, decided to run for Attorney General. And so still very new to a lot of folks, but I think that's That says a lot for a political newcomer.
Yeah.
Even when Mike Collier got that close to Dan Patrick in 2018, this was the exact the results at the end of the night. He had already run for comptroller of the state. So some people were a little bit familiar. They had seen his name at least before. For most people, this is their first seeing her name. Railroad commissioner, when we look at the statewide totals, Wayne Christian.
Just got a dump and a big jump from the Democrat.
So excited when it changes right in front of our very eyes. So
what county was added there? Was Dallas County updated? I don't know. It looks like 5% reporting now.
Right.
Yeah, it's a significant lead there for the Democrat.
But 52% out of Dallas County reporting. So this is really good, and we're probably not going to see that change too much.
That's a big number. That's actually really early. It's what, 750 now. 52%. That's pretty good for Dallas County.
Right, of the precincts reporting out of Dallas County. So that, and again, this is a Democratic county.
Yeah, significantly.
And so we're not necessarily going to be, I don't think, too surprised. I want to go back and look at some of the other races that we're watching tonight in the U.S. House of Representatives. Representative Michael McCall going against Nuno, and you can see Michael McCall's district. This is one of the very interesting.
Yeah.
Drawn districts that we have.
Mainly because of this area.
Yes.
You see there's one little blue segment right there in the middle, but other than that, it's a significantly Republican.
Yeah,
here, let me turn this off and you can
because you can see,
touch that.
Maybe it doesn't like me right now.
You got to be gentle.
Anywho, my point is that's the Travis County portion of the district, the Williamson County and into the little Travis County portion of it. But again, McCall with a strong lead overall in the total of this district as of right now. When we look at District 17, this is Pete Sessions versus Mary Jo Woods. You can see he is leading right now with 58% of the vote. Going down, Chip Roy, Congressman Chip Roy versus Claudia Zapata. You can see that he is again doing well with a strong hold. Again, 0% of the precincts reporting. Yeah. So still very early.
Little Travis County blueberry in there.
Just a touch.
Yeah.
Just a touch of blue.
Just a little bit of a blueberry. What did that district look like? Let's look at 2020. Yeah, it didn't change too significantly.
Not too much, but you had more.
Yeah, they added.
So you did have,
a little sliver of Travis County more than just that little dot of Travis County. Yeah.
Fredericksburg, some of these other areas within that county. It's redistricting.
Yeah.
It's fun. You should pay attention to those.
That's why it's so important. Yeah,
right,
pay attention.
So Michael Cloud, this is an interesting race, 27, because I know you're looking at this and you're saying, wait a minute, Ashley, what part of our area is in here? Up here, we've got Lockhart. Those areas, you can see where that district is. He, again, is in the lead.
35 and 37 are the two that I'm watching tonight for sure. It looks like Greg Casar, 86%. Wow, that's still just the early votes, but 35,000 vote lead over his opponent. It looks like Greg Casar is off to a good start in District 35, which was Doggett's old district.
And in fact, if you look in 2018, Doggett won this district, pretty easily.
Almost 100,000 votes.
Right, and so I don't think it's necessarily surprising to see Greg Casar in the lead. And then
real quick, let's talk about redistricting again, though. Keep your eye on this area, and we'll show you. That's the old district from 2 years ago. Doggett's District 35. That changed when they redistricted. So let's look at what happens in 2022. Watch that area there. It just shrinks. They got it a little bit tighter as you move almost right down I-35 into Comal County down to Bexar County. So that's the District 35, the old district. Doggett's now running in 37.
Yes, you could. Packing is what they like to call that.
Some would say,
you're packing it in. So, but the district in our area that has been called already, even though it's very early, even with 0% reporting, the AP has called the newly created District 37, which includes really the heart of Austin, Texas, a rematch between Representative Lloyd Doggett and Sharon Garcia. They went head-to-head in 2018 for District 35.
This is Mopac right here.
Yep.
That's where that is. That's where that district is.
You can see really, and this is something that actually Representative Lloyd Doggett, we can say this, he's won this race now. It's been called. He was sort of excited to see this district return to the heart of Austin. District 35 used to be Austin.
Yeah.
And then over the years, over the decades, it was changed and changed and changed to look, how it looks now. to include, oh my, let's zoom out. There we go.
I think we've burned it up already.
To include all of this, you know, and now it's kind of getting back to the heart of what District 37 or District 35 was including all of Austin. So that's really interesting to see how that was, and obviously Austinites are supportive of what Representative Lloyd Ogden has been doing for them all the time that he's been in office, and they're sticking with him on tonight.
A popular winner, it looks like, tonight. We've got more coming up from the touchscreen. We're going to let it rest, ice it down, pour a little Gatorade on it. But we do have more at the desk. Quita's joined by Erica Proffer with more on the local election.
That's right. Thank you, Ashley and Brian. And you know what? This election, Austin voters were not only choosing a new mayor, new members of the city council, they also had the choice on whether or not to raise taxes for projects across our area. 3 taxing entities had some very expensive bond propositions. Erica, you are here to tell us a little bit more about them. Tell us how the election is going, whether or not Austin voters are for or against.
Yeah, when we're talking about expensive, I mean, it's like about $3.5 billion with a B dollars that was on the propositions tonight. That was the total. Now it's broken down among taxing entities, 3 of them. The city of Austin had a $350 million bond. There were 3 Austin ISD bonds, totaled $2.4 billion, and 1 Austin Community College bond for $770 million. So break that down. The city of Austin's Proposition A is the $350 million bond. And the city wants to use that money to build affordable housing. And that includes buying land and issuing grants to affordable housing organizations. And then Austin ISD's bonds, they cover 3 propositions. The first, Prop A, is for $2.3 billion, and that's for general purposes, so building schools, buying buses. The second proposition, Proposition B, is for AISD to raise taxes to cover more than $75 million bonds to upgrade technology systems. And then the third, the Prop C, is for AISD to do a bond covering more than $47 million, and that is for stadium improvements. Lastly, Austin Community College has the proposition for the $770 million bond. That proposition includes building and expanding some of the Central Texas campuses, expanding workforce training programs, providing more student services support. And again, those are just the ones here, you know, for the Austin ballot, more than $3.5 billion.
That is a lot of money, and we will see how Austin voters, well, if they're for it or against it.
Right.
So
and
hopefully we'll
choose.
be exactly.
I mean, you know, you didn't have to say yes or no to, you know, the whole thing. I'll be interested to see which ones come out for and which ones against, or all for.
There we go. Hopefully we have some results right here for some of these. There we go.
Good.
Prop A, that's the $300 million in housing bonds for affordable housing here in Austin, something that the city does desperately need. We have 72% of Austin voters right now in favor of Austin Prop A, 28% against. You can see that is just the early votes that have come in. Austin ISD, their Prop A, $2.3 million in bonds to build new school buildings, to renovate some of the older buildings. 74% of Austin voters so far are for it. Now, Austin ISD Prop B, that's the $75.5 million in bonds to revamp the technology systems on campuses. 73% of voters are for that. And Austin ISD Prop C, $47.4 million to rebuild and revamp stadium facilities across the city. 59% of voters so far have voted in favor of that. So, Erica, I know you will be keeping a very close eye on those results as they continue to roll in tonight, because, hey, this is Austin. You never know. The numbers could change on a dime.
This is absolutely true. We're keeping on top of it for sure.
All right, our Erica Proffer in with us tonight. Erica, thank you very much. And I want to throw it back to my 2 partners in crime, Ashley and Brian. They are back on the map. They've iced it down. It's ready to go. Let's do this.
I've been doing ankle rolls over here.
We're good. We're good.
We got it. We got it. Okay.
We're getting some more numbers in. 6% reporting now, Ashley. You can see the incumbent Greg Abbott growing his lead just a little bit, over 165,000 votes statewide. Now, again, early on, this is the early vote for most of these counties, but the governor a good showing as we enter the 8 o'clock hour. Look at that, we're almost exactly at 8 o'clock as we go 1 hour now since the polls closed in most of the state.
In most, except for two counties, one of them, just the most populous in all of
just the most people voting. Sure.
Harris County polls had to stay open until 8 o'clock. They had a bit of some glitches going on earlier today in Harris County where the polls didn't open on time. And by law, the polls have to be open for 12 hours. That is in Senate Bill 1. And so a judge ruled later today, Harris County, same thing in Bell County, that they would be able to stay open late. Now, I want to point something out to you that I think is really interesting. Again, it's early in the night, but I want you to look at this lead. Statewide, O'Rourke 47, Abbott 52, right?
Just changed. It literally just changed to 46-53.
46-53. It did, look, right as I was hitting it. So you see these numbers. Look at Lieutenant Governor. This is interesting.
A little bit closer.
It is, but I want you to see Patrick's 50%. 53% for Abbott. So he's pulling in 3% less than Governor Greg Abbott right now. That's interesting. While he still has a lead, tight right now, 48% to 50%. That's interesting that he's behind Abbott. Attorney General, he's even further behind. Governor Greg Abbott right now, 48 to 49% with Rochelle Garza. So that's important to watch the leads because it gives us some insight on how people are voting. You have people who are voting for Governor Greg. No, there's no straight ticket.
That's what I mean. We can tell the difference between the ones that just go Republican, or Democrat. There's some people that are changing the narrative there.
They still want Governor Greg Abbott, but they're interested in a Mike Collier who has been able to secure some pretty significant Republican endorsements from, while retiring, but Republican elected officials in the state of Texas. You got state senators, you got the Tarrant County judge, you got some representatives, you got a former Republican lieutenant governor who came out and endorsed Mike Collier. So that's interesting.
I want to just see what this county is.
You want to see what's going on?
No, that's Scurry County. 0 to 319. I just wonder if that's accurate. I don't know. I've never seen a blue county there before, so I'm just curious what that is. I guess that's just really early, clearly. But it says 50% reporting
of the precincts in the county. So again, but again, it's early. We'll come back to, you remember your 1, 2, 3, 4 in. You remember Scurry County.
Scurry County. Come on, everybody knows Scurry County.
What city is in Scurry?
Scurry.
Quita, Google it.
Scurry Heights, I think, is the one. I just was curious, and if you're watching at home, the number at the bottom is the difference. So like me, if you're horrible at math, you don't need to subtract. Just look down here at the bottom and you can see the difference. The leader is that far ahead of the person in second place.
And you know what?
Just for references.
Let's just go back to your Scurry County. Let's see who that went for in the presidential election.
In 2018, sorry, wrong one. That's my point.
Right.
I mean, that's
interesting.
And that's a pretty big number. We're still a long way from that number of votes.
When we say that's his point, in case you can't follow along. So Scurry County in the 2020 presidential election, it went for former President Trump 85%.
2 years ago.
So 14% for Joe Biden. So this is definitely interesting to see right now, this county being so solidly blue.
But the zeros got me thinking that there's something going on with the counting. Maybe I don't know how that works in Scurry County. I've never been to Scurry County. I'm sure it's a beautiful place.
Have you found us a city in Scurry yet?
Sure, it's a beautiful place.
We have Dermont. We have.
She said Dermont. I don't know if her mic
we have Midway.
Yeah.
Snyder. That's the county seat.
Snyder, Texas, in Scurry County. There we go. We knew there would be one city that we'd heard of before.
Just something to watch. And also, Ashley, I was looking at 2018 for the lieutenant governor's side of things. What do we got here? Oh, I've got him touched.
Okay.
You see the border counties. I almost said states. Counties significantly blue as we look back to the midterms in 2018, and you're starting to see that again, Ashley, kind of pop up. And I know the governor's done a lot of campaigning on the border, and that's a big issue of his, immigration reform and Operation Lone Star, and he's there tonight. So I was wondering how that was going to turn, and so far it looks like with just 7% of the vote reporting, it's staying at least now on the blue side of things. That's the state numbers, but if you go county by county, you can see, again, not many votes in. Actually, more than I thought, 38% reporting. That's Webb County, right on the border. You see there, that's really the biggest border County, well, I guess no, this is going to be the biggest Brewster, but not many people there.
Well, land size, right? We've got
Population-wise, yeah.
is a different story. And, you know, the Republicans have spent a lot of time. They want to win South Texas. They want to prove this point. They want to prove that Texans like Republican values, that Texans like what the Republicans are doing on the border. And what's interesting, when you look at some of the polling and you look at Governor Greg Abbott's tactics with Operation Lone Star, the majority, while it's a slight majority, the majority of Texans do support busing migrants to other parts of the country. There are Democrats who support some of the things that he's doing. There are Democrats who support the surge of sending, state resources to the border to try to tackle some of the immigration issues that we're facing there. And so that is why, Republicans really, they want to win here. They want to win bad also so that they can rub it in Democrats' face.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's the age of politics we're in now.
It really is.
It's more of a contest. Governor, if you don't mind, I'm just curious, Brazoria County, where that stands. See, that's to your point.
That is what I'm telling you.
That's exactly what we were just talking about.
This is why it is so important to watch this. You have Abbott with a 59% lead right now in Brazoria County. Again, we're still early, 23% of the precincts
Not
reporting.
as early as we were.
Okay.
23% is a pretty good indication of kind of where we are early, I guess.
Sure. And Brazoria County is a red county. Please do not get it twisted.
Yeah.
Brazoria County, though it is right by Harris County, it is a reliably red county. But when you look at Lieutenant Governor, 59% for Abbott, come on, work with me. 49% for Patrick. What does that tell you? That tells you some people are voting for Abbott, and then they're voting for Mike Collier.
That's very close.
Neck and neck.
Yeah.
Do you see? And when we go to Attorney General,
again,
a little bit fewer.
Yeah.
Do you see Garza actually winning in Brazoria County? Because Ken Paxton, we anticipate to see him, if he finishes on top, to finish behind Governor Greg Abbott, because he is such a controversial. Some see him as the most vulnerable Republican on the ticket right now.
He's got some things off the field, so to speak, that a lot of people are concerned with. The railroad commissioner,
doing better than Paxton in Brazoria County, doing better than Patrick in Brazoria County. That speaks to how polarizing some of these candidates are, or Mike Collier would like to say how his message is resonating with voters.
Zoom in for our viewing area real quick, and let's show people kind of what we're talking about. Hit the total. Here it is. So this is the race. We've still got Brazoria County for some reason. There we go. Travis County. Okay, this is the lieutenant governor. You know Travis County is going to be blue. Hit Williamson County, and let's see how close Williamson County's early vote again. This is 0% reporting, so we're still really early there. Collier is leading Patrick again, and if you go back 4 years, Patrick won Williamson County. The margin wasn't great, 3,000 out of the entire county, but if you go back and look at the trends, you see Collier with the early vote, over 7,200 votes ahead at this point, keeping Williamson County in the lieutenant governor's race blue. But then if you hit governor, you'll see what we're talking about in Brazoria. Oh, I was wrong. I thought Abbott would be ahead at this point, but O'Rourke is still ahead there. Significant, not significant, but 0% reporting with about 5,000 more votes at this time in Williamson County.
It's early in the evening. I know it's 8 o'clock. People are excited. You're seeing a lot of numbers on here, and you're seeing a lot of stuff, a lot of colors starting to pop up where it once was red, but it's still early. It's still very early. We've got just 8% reporting. In fact, if you turn on the heat map to look at the
It's starting to lighten up a little bit.
You are so hopeful, and I really like it. Brian is my eternal optimist over here.
What have we got? 9, go one more time. 9,144 precincts statewide, just under 1,950 reported. So, in other words, a long way to go. Hit the heat real quick on the state. Let's just see. You're going to take.
You want to look at precincts reporting, or you want to look at the total?
Just the entire state, the heat of the state. Yeah, that's it. You can see the heat from the governor's race. The darker the red, the stronger the Republican lead. Not much really at all along the border in the counties that we're seeing, but as we talked about, Ashley, East Texas and North Texas going to be strong Republican holds again this time, it looks.
I want to take this off because Houston just got a color.
Oh, where's that?
Because it's 8:09.
Harris
so
County,
now the polls have closed in
Mm-hmm.
Harris County, so that means we're starting to get some numbers. And not surprising.
Not many numbers, but a few.
But a few numbers. Not surprising to see Beto O'Rourke leading in Harris County. In fact, if you look at 2018, when Lupe Valdez was running against Governor Greg Abbott, she won Harris County again by a nice little margin there. So, 7
What did the
percentage points
presidential race look like in 2020?
in Harris County? Biden. Winning.
Biden by over 200
Harris County, Dallas County, Travis County, Bexar County, our big counties in Texas, our most popular cities are generally going to go blue. It is the rural parts of Texas that are going to make a difference for Republicans. And I'm going to be watching Tarrant County. This is close for Tarrant County. Again, it's very early. 0% reporting.
0%. Let's look at 2018. Abbott won by 10 percentage points. You're right. If you compare apples to apples, county to county, that's a pretty good showing for Beto O'Rourke, again, in early voting totals as we get to the early part of the evening there in Tarrant County. Dallas County significantly Democratic again. The early vote showing that again tonight.
Now, something that we haven't been able to talk about yet is the Texas House of Representatives, and I've got a long list of races that I want to talk to you about for these Texas representatives. So let's start talking about some of them. House District 17, this includes Bastrop County, getting some of these areas. Right now, there's no Republican. Excuse me. There is a Republican. There's no incumbent in this race, is what I'm trying to get my mouth to say. But you can see the Republican in the lead right now. Actually, I'm hearing that the House is going to have to wait because we've got some interesting numbers coming in and some local races. Let's get to Quita Culpepper.
That's right. Sorry, guys. Hate to interrupt you, but this is kind of important. KVUE senior reporter Tony Plohetsky, he joins us now from Kirk Watson's watch party where the candidate is with him for a live interview tonight. Tony, take it away.
Quita, thanks so much. Of course, the crowd continuing to fill in here at Kirk Watson's watch party, and we have the candidate himself. Former Austin mayor, was elected to the position at 40 years old. That's correct, right?
Yeah.
Served, of course, as a Texas senator, and he's joining us here tonight. Mr. Watson, of course, any candidate would want to look at those early voting numbers and have a solid lead. As you stand here tonight, though, that's not exactly where you are. What is your reaction to those early voting numbers?
Well, I'm not surprised by anything. It's election day, and we had pretty well mapped out where we thought how things were going to be and what we thought how they were going to work out. And Austin loves its elections, so runoff elections are just part of the process if that's where we actually all end up. So I'm not surprised, and I'm pleased.
What is pleasing to you about where you are right now in early voting?
The early vote. What's pleasing about it is, first of all, the number of people that voted. We had a big early vote, and that's always important, in my view, for when we talk about how we want to govern. But the other thing that pleased me about it is where we were, how we were doing, and where we were doing, and I just feel very comfortable with it.
So let's assume, for the sake of discussion, given the early results, that you will go into a runoff with Celia Israel. How do you manage to pull the votes together to have a win, to become the next mayor?
Well, we have to continue to build the coalitions. Look, with 6 people in that race, and with so many new people in Austin, and there's a lot of new people that don't remember when I was mayor the first time. So what we need to do is continue to communicate and build that coalition. We have a base, a foundation that is very broad and it's very deep, and we'll just continue to grow that.
One of the things that you have discussed and many of your supporters have discussed is your vast experience, certainly running a city government years ago, serving, of course, up the street at the state capitol. But on the other side of the equation, there are also people who say, look, we appreciate his experience, we appreciate his decades of public service, but it's time to turn the page and usher in a new generation of leaders. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, we're roughly the same age, if that's the runoff that we're going to have. But importantly, Austin is at a point where we're in an emergency. We are no longer becoming a big city where we have time to waste. We are a big city with big city challenges. And the next term is a 2-year term. So there's not a whole lot of time to learn the ropes. We need someone that has the experience and the proven record of success in getting the things done when it comes to addressing housing, when it comes to addressing our congestion and traffic, homelessness, public safety. We need to have somebody that has proven the ability to build the coalitions necessary to get those things done. We have to act with urgency, with a sense of immediacy. We can't screw around, or Austin won't be the town we want it to be.
Kirk Watson, thank you so much for your
pleasure.
time. Yeah, thanks for having us here tonight. We'll continue to watch from this vantage point, and of course others throughout the city. But who becomes the next mayor of Austin, of course, is a big question. It is notable, Quita, and I pointed this out earlier, that the current mayor, Steve Adler, had said in the weeks and months leading up to tonight's election that he would make an endorsement, but ultimately did choose not to do so. Back to you.
And that is telling. He does not want to come down on either side, so making no endorsement in the mayor's race. And KVUE senior reporter Tony Plahetsky reporting for us live from mayoral candidate Kirk Watson's watch party. Thank you, Tony. And we are planning to have a live interview with mayoral candidate Celia Israel. That will happen from her watch party in just a few minutes. I want to toss it back over to Ashley and Brian. I so rudely interrupted them. Oh, actually, I think we're going to go to Natalie first. Texas Democrats have been hard at work campaigning for their candidates, hoping to have a blue wave roll over Texas, and they've been eagerly watching local and statewide election results come in tonight. And our own Natalie Haddad is at the Stephen F. Austin Royal Sonesta Hotel. That's downtown at 7th and Congress. And Natalie, what is the mood down there tonight?
Hi, Quita. You know, as the time goes on, more people are trickling into this watch party. They're very excited. There's a projector off to our side, a little push, so unfortunately we can't show you, but it's showing all of the latest numbers as they come in. And let me tell you what, these attendees are not just focused on a blue wave over Central Texas, as is their hope. They're focused on all of the races across the country, so it's really interesting to see everyone paying close attention and looking at their phones, a lot of them on the KVUE Plus app, by the way, that I've seen, checking out the early numbers as they come in. We have spoken to several people, including the chair of the Travis County Democratic Party. She says that we're expecting more people in the next hour, hour and a half. So while the mood is definitely optimistic and everyone is paying close mind, I'll step out of the way so you can take a closer look. They're very excited, and it's probably likely expected to be a much more crowded space here. I believe we have sound from the chair of the Travis County Democratic Party. If we don't, I'm hoping I'll hear that in my ear. Otherwise, just taking a look here. Oh, it looks like we do have that sound. I'll toss it to that.
I think the number one message in Texas, at least, because we did see less turnout in early voting than we did in 2018, is that Texans are tired of the partisan divide. They're tired of the attacks by Republicans on Democrats when it comes to literally, Paul Pelosi, right? Our offices were actually bombed by a Republican extremist. They want government that works. Democrats want government that works.
Those thoughts you just heard from Katie Naranjo. She is the chair of the Travis County Democratic Party. Those same feelings just resonate in this room as they watch those early voting numbers come in. I'm sure you can see that on your screen. Everyone's just having a good time. And you asked earlier, Yuquita, what the vibe is, what everyone's feeling here. Optimistic is truly what takes the cake here. I'll send it back to you in studio.
All right, that's our Natalie Haddad. She is at the Texas Democrats Party downtown at the Stephen F. Austin Hotel. And you know what? After I so rudely interrupted Ashley and Brian, I really feel the need to just toss it back to them. They can have more fun on the map, show you exactly what's happening across the state of Texas as the results continue to roll in tonight.
Yeah, not much has changed in our statewide races. So can I get back to the House now?
Sure, let's go to the House, the Texas State House.
I love the Texas House of Representatives. And
let's be honest, that's the important stuff tonight, right?
It is important. And so let's talk about some of these House races. So we talked about D17 before we left. Let's talk about District 19. District 19 is a very interesting district. District 19, if you're like 19, yeah, it used to be all the way in East Texas.
Sure was. It was, in fact, way right on the border of Louisiana.
You can barely even see it on our map here. And so the state representative, James White, who's running for D19, decided to challenge Ag Commissioner Sid Miller. We had redistricting where, you know, the maps got
changed.
Thank you.
You're
Thank
welcome.
You, Brian
I saved you. I saved you there.
And so D19 repositioned itself in the central Texas.
It's moved
right
from here to here.
Do with that information what you will.
Yeah.
And we have former Austin City Council member Ellen Troxclair, who was running for that seat. She has garnered a lot of Republican support. And so we've got about 18% of the precincts reporting right now. And she's winning solidly
Burnett County,
right now.
big numbers in Burnett County for her.
Absolutely. And so she's winning solidly right now, 65%, 35%. When we look at District 20, so this is Williamson County is also an area where some interesting things happened, right? So James Tallarico, who represented parts of District 20, these numbers, we'll get down to those exact numbers in a bit. But so if you hit in 2018, how this district changed. In 2020, you can see what happened. And Wilson's district, again, some of this is population numbers as well, population totals because of the census. His district really shrunk.
Look at the difference.
Look at that.
That's 2 years ago, and that's tonight.
So
pretty significant difference.
It's a bit, redistricting matters. This is why I'm telling you, your state house really, really matters. These local races matter. So he's in the lead there. If we go over to District 45, it looks like we don't have any results right now and that's Hayes County. And so that was one of the areas where we're not seeing any results, point blank period, coming out of Hayes County. District 46 was redrawn as well. So this is a district that has traditionally included a lot of Austin. Not sure why it's...
That's to the east of Austin. That was the old district. This is the new district.
Right, but it's still
a little bit further to the north.
It is East Austin, but it moved up to take some of District 50, some of State Representative Celia Israel, some of her old district, then became part of Cheryl Cole's district. And so you can see she has a pretty solid lead right now. Again, it's very early, but 79% is a sizable lead to have right now. District 47, this is an interesting district to watch, and I'm going to tell you why. It was redrawn from the previous year. If you hit that, you can see 47. How it was redrawn. So you can see the change here, right? From when Vicki Goodwin took on Justin Berry from 2020 and how the district has changed now. See, we took all of this away.
It's gone.
We moved it in. And some of this was thought to take this district that Goodwin was able to flip 2 elections ago was a red seat. She made it blue. Republicans hoping that they can make it red again.
No, that's not happening tonight, at least the early voting.
And not early.
Clearly, that's all Travis County, and you can see Travis County traditionally a Democratic state, Democratic voters, but tonight you can definitely tell the difference there from that district.
Moving on to District 48, this is State Representative Donna Howard's district. There wasn't even a Republican who wanted to enter this race because Donna Howard is an institution in Travis County, and she is solidly winning her district right now. But look at District 49.
Which is right next door.
Right, and it's already been called. The AP is calling this race for State Representative Gina Hinojosa, former Austin ISD board president. And so this race has been called.
48 wasn't called yet?
48 was not called yet. Not sure why.
That surprises me that one's not been called yet.
It is surprising. You know, our data is coming in live from the AP. We don't actually call the races. That's important to know. Brian and I are not making those decisions. We wish we could make those decisions.
Do you? I do. I don't wish I could.
I want to call everything, Brian. But like we said,
essentially what they did is they split Travis County into 3 different state districts.
Because Travis County is so populous, especially with our population growth from 2010 census to 2020 census. So remember, all of the state houses have to have about the same population, and so that's how you get these districts that are drawn interestingly. Okay, so District 50. So Tallarico was in Williamson County. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, hey, Ashley, That's not Williamson County.
It is definitely not Williamson County.
It is not Williamson County. So when James Tallarico was drawn out of his current district, he decided to move back into Travis County, back into where he said the home, the area, the neighborhood where he grew up in. This is the District 50 is State Representative Celia Israel's district. And so because she's not running, right, there you go, because you got the toll road right here.
Yep.
And so he moved back to this area and is winning solidly. If we look at District 51, right now it looks like it is going to
significant lead.
Yes, significant lead for Flores in District 51. If we look at District 52, this is an interesting
That's a close race in Williamson County.
It is. So this is some of the old area where Tallarico was going to be. And you have Caroline Harris, who's a legislative staffer, who decided to enter the race, and Luis Echegare facing off against her. He's, painting himself as more of a moderate in this race. So interesting to see how voters are resonating, how Wilco voters are resonating.
Again, 0% reporting. Let's put that caveat in because this is significantly, these numbers are going to grow significantly throughout the night tonight.
Yeah, this is one of the races that's really going to change. And I want you to pay attention. Think about Williamson County. Think about the population of Williamson County. Just think about how many, high schools there are in Williamson County with high school seniors. And look at that vote difference.
It's pretty close, 3,643 at this point.
That's why every vote matters. That's not a big number. In the grand scheme of
things. In the early voting totally,
In the grand scheme of how big Williamson County is, that's not a big number.
Not a huge number.
Let's check in with District 53. So this is a district that is new to our area. And this is, again, what we talk about with redistricting. You can
right on the edge of our area, not much of our area.
It doesn't have much, but some people in our area are going to have a new representative, and it's likely going to be the incumbent Representative Murr there. When we go to District 73, excuse me, I want to talk about
Hayes County and Comal County.
Yeah, it's interesting that we've got, because again, Hayes County, we're missing data all night on our map from Hayes County. But Carrie Isaac, her husband, Jason Isaac, was the representative for this area before he decided to step down to seek another office. Was unsuccessful in that attempt, and she has made several attempts to run for the state house, and so we'll see if she is successful tonight. I'm almost done with my house races, I promise.
Quita's waiting. We've got to go to Quita next. She's got something really important.
Quita, do you have something exciting? I've got like 2 more. So
you're doing so well. I'm going to step out and get a drink. You go right ahead.
You left me. All right, District 85. You know who truly loves you and loves politics right now? The person who stayed with you. District 85, if you can see right here, Kitzman in the lead, 80% to 18. But again, just 7% reporting. And District 136, this is the last one I'm going to talk about. This is Representative Busey's area. We've got Round Rock, parts of...
What was that? Yeah, I thought it was a little bit further.
Did it look different? Yeah, it definitely did look different in 2020. Again, redistricting played a role. So his district that was this way shifted this way.
Shifted it. You still got Brushy Creek and Round Rock in that area. Now it's out now to the west. Excuse me, now to the east. It was 2 years ago to the west. So you can see the difference in 136 right there.
But Representative Busey still with a pretty sizable lead. Okay, I'm done talking about the House.
Real quick, do the statewide. Let's look and see if we got any
changes in the gubernatorial race.
A little bit more. We've got a little bit more of North Texas, a little bit more East Texas. You can see Bell County, McLennan County now both reporting something. So we're starting to see a few more numbers statewide coming in.
21%. So definitely interesting to see how this is going to shake out and going to come out.
Got a Republican county right here on the border.
Which Brewster County, if you go back to 2018 in that race, again, that's not surprising because this county went to Governor Greg Abbott in 2018.
Look at the vote total. They're getting close there. How many? 100% reported. Let's see this year. Only 11%. Maybe they had a good turnout there this year.
But can you hit that one more time? Look at that number. 100.
That's the difference in that county.
Exactly. Yeah. Tell me your votes don't matter again.
That's true.
You can't tell me that because they do matter. All right, so Quita Culpepper has some interesting numbers for us. Quita, what have you got?
I do, Ashley. And you guys were just talking about Williamson County, a historically conservative part of Texas. We're looking at those numbers right now. I want to bring them up. You can see, look at how close this race is. Blaine Conklin, former Republican, now he calls himself a Democrat. He also calls himself a government outsider. He has 40 9% of the vote so far against Bill Gravel, who's been in that position and serving Williamson County for a number of years. He has 48%. This race is so incredibly close. Every vote is going to count in the Williamson County race for judge. So let's move on to Hays County judge right now. Ruben Becerra, 52%. Mark Jones, 48%. Again, these are just still early votes, but Becerra has gotten 52% of the vote. That's more than 50% right now. And so that means if those numbers pretty much stay the same, there will not be a runoff. And my producer was just saying something in my ear. Rochelle Garza, Texas Attorney General candidate Rochelle Garza. She is taking the podium right now. Let's listen in.
Thank you so much. All right, y'all. So if you're one of the candidates or elected officials who got re-elected or elected tonight.
Short, sweet, that's what happens. It's politics, it's election night. Things happen, things don't happen. We roll with it. That's what we do. All right. I don't know if we have any more local election results. Let's see what we've got here. Bastrop County Judge Gregory Claus, 47%, Doc Jackson, 35%, and Ronnie McDonald, 18%. Now, again, you have to get 50% of the vote in order for there not to be a runoff between the two closest candidates. These are early voting numbers right now. The candidate, Gregory Claus, is leading by 2,312 votes. We will see how that continues to shape up tonight as results come in. And now I want to go to Darenisha Heron. She is going to join us from Celia Israel's watch party. And Darenisha, I can imagine that the supporters down there are feeling pretty confident and happy this evening.
Hi, Quita. Yes, Celia Israel's reporters are happy and confident, and I'm sailing with Celia Israel right now. I know you announced early in January that you'll be running for mayor. It's been a long time coming. Right now, you're in the lead. How does it feel to finally be here in this moment?
It feels awesome. It feels awesome. I'm so proud of this campaign. I'm so proud of my supporters. It is an indicator that the voters are ready for something new. They're ready for something different. We have the energy. We have the momentum. It's likely going to go into a runoff, and we are going to light it up. The voters want something different, and I'm ready to bring it to them.
You can see the energy here is high right now, but as right now you are currently a state representative. You have roots here in Austin, but so do one of your big competitors, which is Kirk Watson. He was also in the legislature. He was a former Austin mayor. What sets you apart from him?
My team and I have run a ground game grassroots campaign. We are respecting the fact that the people in Austin who are teachers, they are musicians, they are working hard to drive this economy, but they are getting pushed out. We started in January with a heartfelt message to say every week in an Israel administration will be Housing and Affordability Week. We have the momentum, we have the energy, we are resonating with the voters. That's what the returns are showing us tonight.
Now, if you win tonight, what would be your first step of action?
Well, if we win outright tonight, it's going to be very difficult. We would, of course, put together a team that would transition with Mayor Adler's team and make sure that we are being ready on day one. But right now, it's looking like we have to be ready for a runoff on December the 13th. It's not the outcome that would be best, but we will attack it. We will go back to the voters and say, you were with us once before. We need you one more time. I'm so excited and so proud at this moment in time.
Now, my last question, if this does not end in your favor, how will you continue to serve the community? Because I know you've already done 4 terms in the legislature.
Yeah, well, I am a different woman now than I was when I started this campaign in January. I know that this community is losing its spirit, and the spirit isn't an iconic restaurant. The spirit is us. The spirit is the teachers. The spirit is the bus drivers. The spirit is the 911 call operators. We've got to make sure that this city, as the 11th largest city in the country, is living up to that reputation as a great American city. I'll find my niche one way or the other, but for now, it looks as though we have the edge going into the mayor's office.
All right, well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you.
joining me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then as she said, it's going to be a long race. We might not have a conclusion tonight, but we'll be here all night to keep you updated with what we do have. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Darrenisha Herron, reporting for us live from mayoral candidate Celia Israel's watch party. And Ashley and Brian have been tearing up this map. They are.
I got a blister.
Did you get a
Got a blister
you
on
haven't even gotten to your X's and your O's.
on my touchscreen finger.
Well, please, I know you guys have a couple of really great updates for us. Go ahead.
Yeah, we got some really interesting numbers coming in. We want to start off, obviously, on the race that everybody's watching, which is the race for governor. Again, it's still early. We've just got 22% reporting.
Statewide.
Yeah, about 4 million people, about 4 million votes counted as of right now, and Governor Greg Abbott has a lead, a sizable lead, I would say.
Here's the lead right here again. You can watch that number below the candidates, and you can see the difference between the leader and the person in second place. I just wanted to try to make sure my finger was all right.
Was you the blister?
I'm good.
Are you good? Okay. Now we're going to get to the new numbers that we have for you, and that
interesting numbers.
Interesting numbers in the race for lieutenant governor right now. It is essentially a tie. Mike Collier with a slight lead over Dan Patrick right now. This is really interesting, particularly when you look at the governor's lead, a solid lead.
332,000. But like you said before we came on, most of you, if you voted today, these aren't your votes yet. This is early voting.
Right. If you went to the polls today, your vote is not in this number yet, right? So we're looking at early voting. I would argue that in some instances, because of the new rules for counting mail-in ballots, some of the mail-in ballot totals aren't in here yet. So that's why you see numbers really start to change as the night goes on. That's why you see this 22%. You know, they cannot count, your county clerks cannot start counting the votes until the polls have closed, those mail-in ballots, those election day ballots. But so from an 8-point lead, right, 8 percentage point lead to a tied race, essentially, with just 431 votes, the difference right now between.
The difference just grew to almost 8,000 votes. Collier picked up a few there. I'm not sure which county just dumped some numbers, but zoom in, if you would, Ashley, to Central Texas. Let's look at how Williamson, Travis, and Hays County. We've got Hays County might have been the numbers we just saw pop up.
We have not had Hays County's numbers yet in our data, so that's a really significant thing to see Hays County numbers coming in.
And a pretty good lead in Hays County in the early vote for Mike Collier. You can see 36, just under 10,000 vote difference separating the two with the early vote. Travis County, go ahead if you want.
Travis County, not a huge surprise there, right, to see those numbers going for Mike Collier. Look at Williamson County.
Williamson County, again, over 7,000 vote advantage, significantly more, but still 0% reporting as far as the numbers we're getting in now. Again, these are early vote numbers for the most part, so these numbers are going to go up significantly. If you look back, you can see where they were. Actually, not as significant as I thought. Is that?
So, yeah, in 2018, Patrick won, but again, it was a tight race.
It was a tight race, but look, 75,000, 25,000 more, and he's got 98,000. He's only 17,000 from behind where he was 4 years ago.
That's encouraging.
So I don't think our updating reporting percentages are updating right now, because that's a pretty good number.
We want to point out when we talk about 0%, we talk this is the precincts reporting. So when you look at the early voting totals, because that's everywhere, right? That's overall numbers. But so let's focus on me saying it's early in the night or it's late in the night, right?
Okay, well, can you explain that to the viewers, though, why, when we look at the totals, this is the total 100% reporting for Williamson County 4 years ago. You had just about 200,000 total votes. All right, fast forward to tonight, where we're at 150. We're 50,000 votes fewer than we had for the entire election, 100% 4 years ago. So either that's not working, or we got a lot more votes to count tonight. No. I'm guessing it's a problem with our reporting.
I think there is an issue with this number right here.
Because those numbers aren't far off.
They're not far off, but in terms of the grand scheme of things of all of Texas, that's why I'm saying we're still early in the night. But I do think that these numbers
for Williamson County,
I think that this right here for Wilco is not necessarily updating. That's also why you start to see those numbers jump when we see the data, what we like to call, the data dumps there. That's why some of that is happening. Also interesting, I want to zoom out just for a minute so we can also show you that not only is, there we go, not only is Mike Collier up right now. So is Rochelle Garza over Attorney General Ken Paxton. She is also leading 49% to 48%. And now one of the things that's interesting, we talk about Williamson County traditionally being red, right? We talk about that. However, in 2018, as you pointed out, Paxton lost Williamson County.
He lost by about 2,000 votes 4 years ago, which was interesting as I was researching this race specifically to see where he was strongest. It wasn't in our viewing area, at least the corridor, I-35 corridor. The Democrat last time, Nelson, had a little bit better showing in that area, in our viewing area, Travis County, Williamson County, Hayes County specifically.
Yeah, and even when you go back and look at some of the other counties that are traditionally red, you and I were talking about this, Brazoria County. If we go to the governor's race for Brazoria County, it is a solidly red area. But if you look at that attorney general's race, this is why people saw Ken Paxton as the most vulnerable Republican on the ticket, is because of those numbers like that. So big numbers in terms of the statewide races. We do want to point out that the AP has called another race. They called the, where am I? U.S. House of Representatives, District 35. Work with me, Ash.
Kassar is going to be happy tonight.
He is going to be happy. Former Austin City Council member Greg Kassar taking the reins from Lloyd Doggett to lead and represent District 37.
So there's your winner. Headed to Washington, D.C.
There's your O. Now, can I get an X for the football fans? You got going to put X somewhere.
Not tonight. I don't think we should do X's. No.
Okay.
Greg Kassar, the former Austin Council member, his first time to run for a congressional seat, and he is successful. He's headed to Washington in January to join.
That's right.
Join the Democratic side of things on the on that. And it'll be interesting the rest of the night to see how these state House seats affect the national picture. 435 seats up for grabs tonight. Well, I'm interested to see how that balance of power works in the United States House. That's where we stood before tonight. That's all up for grabs tonight.
It's really going to be exciting to see. And so
wait, go back real quick. I think I saw something. Let's do this. Kassar is going to sit right here.
Is that where he's going to sit?
Right
Thank
there.
you. Okay. That's his seat. And then Lloyd Doggett's seat, remember, he got
Doggett's in there too.
So we've got two races called now. Can I go back now,
You can.
Brian?
Sorry, I'm done playing. I'm sorry.
Okay, so when we talk about those U.S. House races called right now, we've got 35 called for Kassar and 37 called for Doggett. We're still waiting on the AP to call some of these other races. But you can see the lead. McCall with a solid lead, Representative McCall, Representative Pete Sessions with a solid lead, Chip Roy with a solid lead going into tonight, and Congressmember Cloud also with solid leads as of right now. So going back to those statewide races, see if we've got the 10. A 10-point is in.
It's a pretty big difference.
This is what the polls told us. So when we looked at the polling numbers, because some people really question polls, I think, and I'm going to stand on this, by the end of the night, I don't think it's going to be a 10-point race. I think that we're going to see it change and that the race is going to be tighter. But what we did see in terms of polling was when you asked registered voters who you're going to vote for, we're talking a 3-4-point race. But when you started to talk to likely voters, people who self-identify as Brian Mays, are you going to go vote?
Yeah.
Are you likely to vote? You saw the leads grow 10%. And when you asked people if they were certain to vote amongst certain voters, you saw the leads grow for Republicans even more. But to the reverse point of what we talked about what it says when we have Governor Greg Abbott leading, but Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick losing. So you've got some folks from early numbers that would indicate that voted for Abbott, but did not vote for Patrick.
Let's see real quick. Go to the governor. I'm going to do a couple of things. All right, Beto O'Rourke needs to do well in the big cities. He's doing well in Dallas County, still 0%. I don't think that's accurate, but you can see the difference in Dallas County, almost 119,000. You got Williamson County, which we thought would be close. It's very close. Travis County, which is us in Austin, a significant number for O'Rourke. He's got to build on these blue counties if he hopes to make up any ground. Bexar County is another one. You can see there a significant lead there, almost a 20-point lead. In El Paso, his home district, a significant 30,000 vote lead. Down on the border, he's done well again, but again, not that many votes. So if he's going to make up ground as we get these numbers in, he's going to need Harris County, he's going to need Dallas County, he's going to need all 3 of the Central Texas counties, including Travis, which is the biggest, Bexar County, and then some of these border counties he's going to have to pick up votes if he hopes to make up ground as we go through the 9.
If he hopes to make, but not necessarily, because those big counties are not going to win you Texas.
No, but the number of votes in Travis County equals the number of votes in this entire area. That's kind of what I'm talking about. So the numbers need to be there if he hopes to make up that statewide ground.
Except I want you to look at 2018. In 2018, those big counties were won by the Democrats. It takes more than this in order to win Texas for a Democrat. You're going to have to get young voters. You're going to have to get new voters. You're going to have to get people who don't traditionally vote to go out and vote for you. You're not going to win Texas if you can't pull out something in here.
Well, and that's a bad sign for O'Rourke as we enter 8:45 now. You can see the significant difference, the heat map showing strong Republican holds again in the Panhandle and in North Texas, and then along the Louisiana and Texas border on the East Texas side of things. We're not seeing everything pop up yet, but again, this area here is where Democrats traditionally have done well. Right. He did well 4 years ago. Valdez did well in that area. The heat map showing exactly where those counties were won. So that's a significant thing to watch tonight as the vote comes in. These counties here, if you start seeing red pop up there, that's not a good sign for the Democrats.
No, you're going to have to pull out. You're going to need. I'm trying to watch these words carefully. You're going to need large supporters in areas where maybe you have not typically won a large amount of support.
Let's see what McLennan County looks like. That's Baylor University.
Yeah, so you saw, for instance, I'm trying to think, can we get to, that's Montgomery County, San Jacinto County. So for instance, Walker
Traditional
County.
Republican counties.
Right, yeah. Waller County. You need some areas where this is why you saw Beto O'Rourke on college campuses. This is why you saw Beto O'Rourke going to certain, neighborhoods and talking to certain groups of people. You're going to have to get those young voters energized to actually go cast ballots. You're going to have to get people who don't typically vote to go cast ballots if you're going to win Texas.
Let's talk about the lieutenant governor race again, because we like to talk. I think the governor's race in Texas has gotten a lot of the attention nationally.
Switched.
But now we've got a switch in leader, 15,000 votes now, Patrick on top. And this again, Ashley, one could argue that this is really a more important state race than the governor's race, because the lieutenant governor essentially sets the table in the legislative session that begins in January. What they discuss, more importantly, what they don't discuss, what they vote on, what they don't vote on. This is an important role here, and Collier has been running again since 2018. We saw him give it a good shot, 400,000 votes behind and Patrick in that year, and now we just saw the flip from Collier to Patrick tonight, 15,000 vote, almost 16,000 vote lead for the incumbent Dan Patrick. He's winning again those same counties we talked about in the Panhandle, in Central North Texas, and in East Texas.
Yeah, in the Texas, there are fewer lawmakers. There are fewer people to please. So when I say that the lieutenant governor sets the tone, nothing makes it to the governor's desk if it doesn't get through. And some would say, oh, but it doesn't get through the House. Well, there's 150 of them. It's a little different over there. This is one of our, statewide seats, whereas the speaker is not. And so it's just a very, very powerful position. Again, still early in the night. It's not even 9 o'clock yet.
Yeah, we're still really early on.
But certainly some stuff to watch. Let's talk about some of the local races. Let's get back with Quita to see.
Is she still here? Quita, are you still here?
Oh, I went out, got pizza, just came back.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Over to you, Quita.
You guys take a rest. Please breathe, drink some water. You're going to be fine. All right, let's take a look at some of the things happening on the local level. You can see Lago Vista Prop A. Let me explain exactly what that is for you. The city of Lago Vista let people vote on Prop A, and that will decide whether the city should continue its transportation services with Capital Metro. Now, if a majority of voters selected yes, existing Cap Metro services, they stay the same. They continue as is. If the majority voted no, Cap Metro services would stop on the day after the election results are canvassed. That usually takes about a week to 10 days after the election. You can see from these numbers right here, 56% of the people who voted in Lago Vista are for continuing transportation services with Cap Metro. Now, the same election is happening in Manor tonight. Manor had the same Prop A questioning whether or not to continue its services with Capital Metro. And numbers are even higher in Manor. You can see 79% right now voted to keep transportation services with Capital Metro. And of course, numbers still coming in. It says these are early votes right now, but it looks like the Capital Metro services for Manor and also for Lago Vista will not change, and they will continue in those two cities. All right, not sure what we are going to go to next. Let's see what else we have. We have the Austin City Council District 1 race. Natasha Harper Madison, she's been in that seat. 57%. She is in the lead. Misal Ramos, 24%. Definitely quite a bit behind her. And since she has more than 50% of the vote, it looks like she has been able to keep that seat. All right, we're looking at District 3. Jose Velasquez, 38% to Daniela Silva, 34%. That's a close race. Neither one of them has 50%. And also, there we go, Gavino Fernandez, 5%. Isala Wushner, 3%. So that is the District 3 race. That is what is happening with that right now. Okay, let's move on. Let's go to the next one. District 5, Austin City Council, Stephanie Bazan, 29% of the vote. Ryan Alter, 25%. Those two extremely close right now. And Ken Craig, 20%. So it looks like it may just be a toss-up between these three. None of them may get a 50% majority. So we could have a number of runoffs in the Austin City Council elections that we would be seeing. And we have Aaron Velasquez Webman, 10%, Brian Anderson II with 2%. So they're bringing up the rear in this particular race. All right, District 8, Paige Ellis, 60% of the vote. It looks like she is quite a bit ahead of Richard Smith and the rest of the candidates in running for this particular seat. So it looks like there will not be a runoff there. We have Austin City Council District 9. Again, no clear leader right now, at least nobody with 50% of the vote. Zohab Kirti, 30% right now. Linda Guerrero, 23%. Ben Leffler also with 23%. So that is going to possibly go to a runoff as well. So we'll have a number of city council runoffs that voters will have to decide later on. All right, do we have anything else that we need to look at, or are we going to go back to the map? Look at me. We're going to take a break. Sorry, Ashley and Brian are disappointed. It looks like we're going to take a very quick break, and we will be right back with more election coverage here on KVUE. Welcome back to KVUE's election night coverage. We are so happy to be with you this evening. I'm Quita Culpepper, Ashley and Brian over there on our screen.
He's Brian.
Oh, it's true. I'm going to throw it over to you guys so you can show us the updates on all of the races that are happening statewide.
Yeah, we have another called race that impacts our viewing area. State Senator Sarah Eckhart. Brian just wants to circle on the screen. The AP calling the race for her 84%. Again, a Republican didn't even challenge Sarah Eckhart. Her district was changed. She would say, her words not mine, that it was drawn and packed all of the Democrats into her district, whereas her district used to include 3 different counties in our area. It used to include some Bastrop County. It used to include, now it's strictly Travis County for this race.
I was going to draw Mopac and I-35.
Yeah, it is strictly a Travis County district now, and so not too surprising that she won that election easily. That's been called. That's the only state senate race that has been called in our area. But just in case you are interested in some of the other local races, State Senator Charles Schwartner solidly in the lead right now with 70% of the vote. State Senator Lois Colcourse. This is actually an area that is new to Central Texas in terms of, she lives in Brenham and her district was redrawn to include some parts of our area, Caldwell County up here.
I was going to try to find Brenham. There's Brenham's right
here.
There. Yeah. So that's her district.
Yeah,
now.
her district changed, so she is new to our area. When we look at District 21, State Senator Judith Zaffarini has a pretty solid lead right now. State Senate seat District 24. This used to be Senator Don Buckingham's district. Senator Buckingham is running for land commissioner since Land Commissioner George P. Bush decided to try to challenge Attorney General Ken Paxton, of course, losing that bid. So this district was redrawn. And it was drawn in such a way that now Pete Flores, a former state senator who lost his seat to a Democrat, is now just a tiny bit down here included in this district.
He lives in South Texas.
It only takes a little bit.
You just got to be in
there. You got to be in the lines, and he's in the lines.
He's in the lines
to make it in. And so this race, I think, a little tighter than some people might have expected. Again, it's still early in the night, but that's 45% of the estimated total vote that he has there. And then going to District 25, State Senator Donna Campbell. With, again, her district was also redrawn to now include Lakeway. This was part of Senator Don Buckingham's district that got redrawn into Senator Campbell's district, and she has a sizable lead right now. And so let's talk about some of the statewide seats that we have going to those totals. Governor Greg Abbott right now still with a 10 percentage point lead over Beto O'Rourke.
It's actually grown a little bit, almost 450,000 vote difference now. We're starting to see a few more votes come in. This is nearly 30% reporting now. 2,600 of the 9,100 precincts now reporting. The white are the counties that have reported. The black counties have not reported yet. That's how you can tell the difference on that map. But the number's still less than half of the precincts, about 29%. In fact, 45% of the estimated vote total being reported tonight. Beto O'Rourke with just under 2 million votes. Greg Abbott, 2.4 million votes, a difference of about 450,000 statewide. What's the lieutenant governor look like? This is the one we've been really paying close attention to. As the numbers you can see, as we're almost to 9 o'clock now, the numbers starting to come in a little bit more frequently. Now 7% reporting. Collier and Patrick. This is a virtual dead heat. About 16,000 votes separate them. Over 3 million total votes tallied just at 49% each as we enter the 9 o'clock hour. That's a race that's going to be interesting to watch throughout the night. Actually, an important race as we've been talking about here in the state of Texas, the state legislature.
Important race because you need 50% to win. And right now we don't have a winner in this race. And so some of the really important things that I really want to talk about with this particular race. One, I want you to look at how behind Patrick is. Patrick and Paxton are both coming in behind Governor Greg Abbott. Both sitting at 49% to Governor Greg Abbott's, well, now 53%. So changing a little bit there.
It's gone down a little bit.
Gone down a little bit. And so this is important because this speaks to what Mike Collier has been able to do, what he's been trying to do since he lost against Dan Patrick in 2018. He will say he has never stopped stopped running. And what he likes to say the most is that no one ever lost a football game. They just ran out of time.
Sounds like a Texas A&M Aggie thing to say. Yeah.
And so, you know, he would argue that he would have won the state had he had the opportunity to get his message out to more Texans, more voters. So since 2018, he's not stopped running. And so in 2020, you're seeing a closer race. He also was able to secure some Republican lawmaker, some Republican elected official endorsements. Now, granted, some of those endorsements are from people who are no longer running for office, right? State Senator Kel Segler, right?
Segler, yeah.
Yep. And also the Tarrant County judge, he was able to get endorsed. But he also got a former Republican lieutenant governor.
Let's see how the Tarrant County judge's endorsement has helped him. Not too bad. 5,500 votes behind at this point.
I would say that that's pretty tight.
Still early on in a very Republican county in North Texas.
To your point, Brazoria County, which we talked about earlier.
Dead heat.
Brazoria County, but he's still, and look at this, look at this.
I can tell where you're going. I can see where you're going. This number.
Look at that number.
This number.
Tell me your vote doesn't count when it's a 26 difference.
Still early.
It's still early.
Yeah.
But this is my point.
Yeah.
Tell me your vote doesn't count when there's 26 votes separating the two candidates here. You can't tell me your vote doesn't matter.
That's right.
And so, but to speak to that, you have some of these solidly red, because if we look at the governor's race, Brazoria County, solid for Governor Greg Abbott. No ifs, ands, or buts about it. And if you look at Lieutenant Governor, you know, very tight, but Collier in the lead. And so that really speaks to the message that he's been able to get across. You had Mike Collier running, talking about Dan Patrick being the author of the bill that is banning Texas women from getting abortions. You have Mike Collier, who was a public accountant for an
former Republican.
A former Republican before an oil and gas company, talking about the need to fix the grid and how we can fix the grid, and saying the grid is not fixed. And after 2021, that winter storm, all of our attention went to the grid, right? We were all without power.
Which brings us to Railroad Commissioner.
Right, exactly. And Railroad Commissioner, we want to go to the totals. This race, obviously, you know, different for Christian right now. He was actually, Christian's competitor actually endorsed Luke Warford. But it's not making a big difference. But we still have pretty low numbers coming out from this vote. But when we talk about the lieutenant governor, nothing gets to the governor's desk unless it comes through the lieutenant governor. They set the tone. And so you have some state senators, some Republican senators now, particularly on the topic of abortion, saying they want to see a carve out for victims of rape and incest. That's something that Patrick has been against. But if you can get that through the Senate now, you can get it to the governor's desk. And so it would really put Abbott in a very interesting position if he wins governor and he has a Democratic lieutenant governor. That's really going to put him in an interesting position to see what laws what things he will sign into law and what he will veto and why.
Well, if you have a Democratic House, you have a Democratic state Senate, you have a Republican House, a Republican state Senate, and a Democratic lieutenant governor and a Republican governor, does that mean anything's getting done? Well, is the question people like me would have.
Right. But Mike Collier has said he's willing to work across the aisle. Again, former Republican. A true Democrat now has earned the trust of Democrats, has said he is with Team D now, but is not afraid to reach across, he says, the aisle. Of course, we don't know, right? He's never been elected before. We don't know what he's going to do if he gets into office.
And again, very early, he's behind by 16,000 votes. It's just close, 49% to 49%.
But politics is a game. And so if you want to get some of your laws passed, you got to pass some of my laws. And that's how it works. So will anything get done? Yes, because Texans will demand that stuff get done. I think that Texas voters will demand that. It'll be interesting to see what things would get done. So this is definitely a tight race to watch. But as of right now, we've got Patrick in the lead.
That's right. It's and it's a close race. Again, the Attorney General race, I think, was exactly 49% to 49%. I think a lot of people kind of saw this coming. At least some of the experts we've talked to said, you know, Paxton might be in for a fight with this race because of some of the things he's dealt with off the field, so to speak. But now you've got the lieutenant governor race with a dead heat, virtual dead heat now. Still very early in the night. We might not know tonight if this is all said and done. I would be shocked if they call either of those two races tonight. But you still see the way it's trending is going to be close throughout the evening and throughout tomorrow, perhaps.
Yeah, I don't think by 11:59 we're going to have any solid answers.
That's the key tonight.
And so when you look at Paxton, indicted, but that didn't stop voters from backing him when he won in 2018, but now under a federal investigation. And you had all of his Republicans that he hired to work for him come out and file that complaint against him. And so that did make him vulnerable. You have not seen Ken Paxton on the campaign trail, you know, as much as you have seen Dan Patrick, who actually went on a bus tour, Governor Greg Abbott. I think he may realize some of those things. And to your point, like we're talking about, those areas that are solidly Republican, Brazoria County, look at that. It's tight.
Yeah, 63 vote difference.
It's tight, but it's tight for Garza.
Zoom in. Let's check our local numbers for those three significant statewide races. As we look at the governor's race, you can see throughout the county, Williamson County now, O'Rourke with a slim lead in Williamson County. Again, about a 5,000 vote difference.
And let's see how it went in 2018.
Through the night, it was Valdez. Abbott won by more than 22,000 votes 4 years ago. So that's a lot closer than it was, at least in the early vote. Again, it says 0%. We've clearly got some votes, so I don't think it's 0%.
We know that don't worry about this.
Travis, we know how that's going to go. Hayes County, Hayes County, O'Rourke with a pretty good lead, 8,900 through the early voting total. That's reporting 1% now, but 72% of the estimated vote total. What did that look like in 2018? That was 39 to 37. 36 to 20. We're not far off from the total from 2018. So I would say that, again, is not quite where we're going to be. This was 4 years ago, Valdez and Abbott. This is tonight. O'Rourke 36,995, 28,085 for Abbott. So a 13 percentage point lead for O'Rourke. And again, that is just Hayes County as we go through the night. Let's look at some of the other counties around. Bastrop County, where we stand with the governor's race right now, 14,000 for Abbott. That's a pretty good number. Yeah, what was that? That's 96. That's a pretty good lead for Abbott in Bastrop County. Again, almost all votes reporting, 96% of the precincts there in Bastrop County.
Yeah, and some of the stuff you would expect. Again, you know, those outlier counties, your heavily populated counties in Texas, whether it's here locally, Travis County, or if we're talking about Dallas County, Harris County, Bexar County, they tend to vote Democratic, whereas your more rural counties tend to vote Republican.
That's 100% Blanco County.
And that's why it is in Gillespie County, we don't have any numbers yet.
What's that, Fredericksburg? They're probably out eating dinner. They'll be back soon.
Having some peaches.
They'll be back soon. Yeah, that's.
Gotta take a peach break.
I'm curious, San Antonio. Let's see where they stand before we head over to Quita. She's got some local stuff coming up for us in just a couple of minutes. But can we run down Lieutenant Governor, Attorney General in Bexar County? I'm just curious to see where they stand. Wow, go back, Lieutenant Governor. Do you see the difference in vote here in Bexar County? 17 percentage points, almost over 66,000 votes separating the two in Bexar County. Again, it's saying 0%. Clearly, that's not 0%, but we can do this. Let's do this. Go back to Lieutenant Governor. Let's see what the total was in Bexar County. So we're still about halfway. So I would guess that's probably 40 to 50% of the vote tonight.
And when we're looking at these totals, one of the things that you're going to want to keep in mind is that come on, work with me. Work
Maybe it's time to go to Quita, huh?
Come on, you come touch it, Brian. Go back to the totals. Okay, it doesn't want to work for me.
Well, what do we have? Yeah, that's the total. That's Texas. You just got to zoom out. There you go.
It helps if you hit the right button.
We're going to get this. We're going to get this down by the end of the night.
But one of the things that I do want to point out, though, is especially when you're looking at 2018 versus 2022, the population of Texas has grown significantly.
Yeah.
In that time frame, the number of people who are registered to vote has grown significantly.
In 4 years.
I mean, we're talking about 1 million people have registered to vote just alone this cycle in the state of Texas. That's huge. Those are huge numbers. However, look at how many people have voted.
Where do they live and why aren't they voting? Yep, 2.8 million to 2.3 million. That's the race for governor, 20% reporting. So we're still about 80% away from having an idea of who's going to be the next governor. We've had 3 governors since the last Democratic governor, George W. Bush, Rick Perry, and now Greg Abbott. Will Greg Abbott be back in office for 4 more years? We'll know here in just a few hours, I would assume.
Indeed we will. All right, so let's check in with some of the local races that we know you guys really want to check in on here in Austin. Quita, what you got for us?
All right, let's take a look at some of those local results. We're going to start with the Austin mayoral race. We've been waiting for these numbers to change for most of the evening. It still says early vote, so we're just going to keep on going with it. Celia Israel, 41%, leading Kirk Watson right now. It looks like it's a very close race between these two, and it will more than likely go to a runoff between Celia and Kirk. All right, Anthony Bradshaw, 2%, Gary S. Spellman, 2%. They are bringing up the rear of those candidates. District 1, Austin City Council, incumbent Natasha Harper Madison, 57% of the vote right now. If things don't change, we will not have a runoff in this particular election, and Harper Madison will keep that seat. All right, let's move to the next one, if we can. We have Jose Velasquez, 38%, Daniela Silva, 34%, Jose Noe Elias, 12%, and Yvonne Weldon, 8%. You can see how that is going. In District 3, Gavino Fernandez, 5%, Esala Wushner, 3%. All right, let's move. District 5, Stephanie Bazan, 29% to Ryan Alters, 25%. Again, very close race right there. That will probably lead to a runoff between those two particular candidates if the numbers do not change. We have Austin City Council District 8, Paige Ellis, a very commanding lead right now at 60%. She's got 60% of the vote. Richard Smith is the closest candidate, coming up behind her at 27%. And we have District 9, Zohab Gadri, 30%, Linda Guerrero, 23%, and Ben Leffler, 23%. That could be a very interesting runoff with those 3 candidates if the numbers stay the same as they have been all night. Also, we just wanted to bring you a little bit of news that we're getting out of Harris County tonight. It looks like we do know Harris County did extend its voting by 1 hour, but now we are hearing that all Harris County voters who got in line after 7 p.m. will no longer be able to cast a provisional ballot. That's according to the Harris County Elections Administrator. Those provisional votes that were cast after 7 o'clock will be separated from the Election Day votes, and they will not count. Again, anybody in Harris County who had been told to line up after 7 o'clock, they would have the extended voting. They would be able to cast a ballot. It looks like now those ballots will not count in Harris County. So I know a lot of people are going to be upset about that. And we're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be back with more results in about 2 minutes. Welcome back to KVUE's special coverage of the 2022 midterm election results. We are so happy to be here with you tonight. Brian and Ashley have been holding it down over at the touchscreen, showing us the latest across the state of Texas when it comes to election results. I'm going to throw it back over to you two.
I caught it. Did you see that?
Did you get it?
I missed it.
Darn.
Thanks, Quita. Thanks for joining us. It's been a wild night. It's just 9:15 as we're looking at the numbers statewide to start out with, and we've seen some discrepancies. We get our numbers from the Associated Press, right. So we just wanted full transparency. We're seeing a big difference in the number of votes we have reported for governor as opposed to the votes we see for lieutenant governor tonight.
Right. If you look at this total number of votes, right, we're talking about
5.5 million.
5.5 million votes. But when we look at the lieutenant governor, the total number of votes here, significantly less votes, right? We're talking about 3.8 million votes. So there's something going on with the data. We want to acknowledge that. We're trying to find out what's going on with the data. We're trying to get
We don't control the numbers that come into our touchscreen. That's directly from the Associated Press. So the numbers, again, that have been pointed out to us, significantly different for the governor's race as opposed to lieutenant governor, attorney general, all the statewide races.
All the statewide races have less numbers coming in. And so we just want to say that because we want to be transparent. We've got a couple of questions about it. We are trying to figure out exactly why the numbers are coming in differently, but these are the numbers that we have, and this is what we're rolling with right now.
You want to do some of the races that have been called?
Yeah,
I know
let's
35,
talk about,
37.
So our statewide races, you kind of see where we are. Again, Governor Greg Abbott in the lead. Those other races virtually tied except for Railroad Commissioner, where Wayne Christian is in the lead. For the U.S. House of Representatives, District 35 has been called for former Austin City Council member Greg Casar.
This is redistricting at its finest. You can see Comal County begins here. Red, 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 red into Bexar County blue again. So they separated the blue by a little strip of red there. Greg Casar, of course, is going to be the winner there with 91,000 votes.
You like to talk about this when you say redistricting at its finest. I'm going to get your pen ready.
Okay, which color? Purple?
Okay. What's the whole thing you've been telling us to watch?
Watch this area. This is the area that was redistricted.
So you see how thin it is here, and it's all red.
Keep your eye on that. Keep your eye on that. Then we're going to go back 4 years. And see how little it's just a
2018.
It's just a little bit bigger.
Still red, but you took some of those Republican votes and you moved them to a more Republican district.
Which is?
Well, you didn't move them, not in our area.
Not in our area.
Not in our viewing area.
That would be the San Antonio area.
But we want to talk about also District 37. This is the newly created district for Austin, really the heart of Austin, our new congressional district, and Representative Lloyd Doggett, who has represented Austin in the U.S. House of Representatives for really decades now, securing that seat. Sharon Garcia tried again to go up against Lloyd Doggett. She was the, who challenged him.
35, I'm sorry.
Right. She challenged him for 35 in 2018. If we go back and look, and he had, a sizable lead. It was a little bit closer.
Sorry. There it is. That was 35 2 years ago.
Button pushing happy over here.
I tell you, I'm getting a blister is what it is, I think.
I have to get you some Neosporin or something.
Thank you, Ashley. Okay. Maybe a Band-Aid, like a SpongeBob Band-Aid, something fun, maybe? No.
See if we can find that. So District 37, that race has been called. Those are the only races in terms of the U.S. House that have been called. When we go to the Texas Senate, we have the District 14 race. The AP has called that for State Senator Sarah Eckhart. She will be serving another term. You'll recall she won a special election to replace former State Senator Kirk Watson, who left the Senate to go start the Hobby School of Public Affairs at U of H. He's now running for the mayor of Austin, former mayor. And he's in the race again. We'll have some totals for you on that. But that race has been called. That's the only state Senate race that's been called in our area. When we go to the Texas House of Representatives, we're testing my knowledge now of what I remember.
Let's see. Have any of these? That's close to being called. Has that not been called yet?
It's not been called. The Hinojosa seat has been called. There it is.
There it is.
So District 49 for Gina Hinojosa. I'm curious to see if District 48, because this is Donna Howard's district. I'll be honest with you. I'm really surprised that this race has not been called yet. There's not even a Republican in this race.
There's no check mark yet, Ashley.
Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Brian Mace. This is why he's getting blisters on his fingers. Pointless circling.
Just tell me to sit down when you're done with me. Just tell me to sit down.
Those are the races. Those are the only races that have been called thus far in our area. But again, the big story tonight, the big races that everyone's watching are the statewide races. And again, we're continuing to get those totals in. Okay, we know you guys want to know about some of the local races.
I do.
Let's talk to Quita about those.
All right, let's take a look at some of the local results. Let's start with Land Commissioner right there. Dawn Buckingham, it looks like this race may be called soon. I don't know. 56% of the vote for Buckingham. Jay Kleberg with 43% of the vote. Numbers could still change. It looks like we are reporting 18%, 15%. I can't quite see that from over here, but 15%. Thank you very much. And it looks like Dawn Buckingham right now in the lead with 56%. All right, Agriculture Commissioner Sid Miller, the incumbent, 57% of the vote at this time. His challenger, Susan Hayes, 43%. So again, those numbers could change, but right now, Sid Miller with a sizable lead over his opponent. All right, moving on, we have Elgin Prop A. Now, what this is, that is a marijuana decriminalization enforcement. It'll go for low-level marijuana enforcement. Now, it looks like in Elgin, 75% are in favor of low-level marijuana enforcement, 25% against. And the same proposition is also happening in San Marcos tonight, the low-level marijuana enforcement. 81% are in favor of that marijuana, sort of marijuana decriminalization, and 19% against. All right, I'm going to toss it back to Brian and Ashley. And Brian and Ashley, I've actually gotten a couple of questions. Some people are wondering what's going on with the Railroad Commissioner race.
We know the answer to that question.
The answer to that question is incumbent Wayne Christian is in the lead right now, solidly 54% to 42%. You can see he has a sizable lead right now, very similar to Governor Greg Abbott's lead, in fact, over Beto O'Rourke right now.
Let me do something real quick.
Do it.
I want to show the people something real quick that I was just seeing on the map. 2022 Governor, this is tonight. Look at where the blue is. You see where the blue is, kind of where we expect it to be. Actually, I want you to see if you can tell me the one county that's blue tonight that wasn't blue 4 years ago. Are you ready? Here we go. See if you can tell me the county that turned blue tonight. Again, the early vote showing the number of counties that voted for Republicans last time. I'll answer the question. It's Williamson County right there. Watch, that's the only county so far that O'Rourke is winning that his Democratic counterpart Valdez did not win 4 years ago. Again, I like to zoom in because you can see Williamson County here.
In case you're wondering, Brian didn't really want me to answer the question. That's why he didn't pause to give me a chance.
Did you know? Sorry.
That's why he didn't give me a chance to answer.
I'm fascinated by Williamson County. So many things on the ballot. And I know because I voted there. There's a lot on the ballot in Williamson County. And I've been watching these numbers all night. O'Rourke and Abbott head to head, neck and neck. O'Rourke's had a slim lead most of the night tonight, and that continues in the race for governor. Lieutenant Governor, I want you guys to look at Lieutenant Governor in Williamson County. Collier leading in Williamson County, and
but in 2018, it was really tight.
Really tight in 2018. So Williamson County is one of those districts that it could go either way, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And to your point, so it went for Abbott, it went for Patrick, but look what happened with the Attorney General in Williamson County back in 2018.
That's tonight. This is 2018.
In 2018, it did not go for A.G. Paxton.
That's right. Nelson won. Did we not have a picture of Nelson?
Or
was he?
It's not our job to put the pictures.
He didn't want to be part of our coverage tonight. Paxton's doing well statewide again, but it's really close. I don't know.
Well, that's just Williamson County. When we look at the total number, if we zoom out and go all over Texas, if I can get this to work for me. Yeah, Paxton with now a sizable lead.
Yeah, there's been a large number of votes since the last time we spoke to you. Paxton now opened up a 7 percentage point lead, almost 275,000 vote difference now statewide as we've seen more votes come in North Texas.
But in statewide, I want you to hit that for me and let me see 2018 real quick. And so this is interesting when you talk about counties that flip. So you had Williamson County, but also like Brazoria County. So some of these areas that are reliably red that are now, at least as of now, early in the night going for Garza. And we still don't have Harris County numbers.
Still no Harris County, still no Montgomery County.
Race. And that's big. And that, when we talk about our governor's race and the issue with some of the data and some of the numbers, Harris County is We do have numbers in Harris County for the governor's race, but we don't have Harris County numbers for the lieutenant governor's race.
Wonder why that is. That's curious to me.
That is a very interesting. Those are things that we don't necessarily have the answers right now. I know my assistant news director is on the phone as I'm saying this because that's the problem. But again, Harris County had some interesting issues tonight. The polls did not open at 7 a.m. in some polling locations, so you had a judge rule that the polls could stay open until 8 p.m. so you could have a full 12 hours as is listed in Senate Bill 1. My indication, what Quita was telling us about those votes not being counted, is that there probably was an appeal because the language in SB 1, while it says 12 hours, it does give you set time 7 to 7. And so I would imagine that we're going to see a legal battle over that. And that's why the Democrats in Harris County were telling folks, get in line. It doesn't matter what this judge just said. Get in line before 7.
And they did cast voted on a provisional ballot, which will eventually be counted if they decide. If they don't, those provisional ballots will just be thrown out and those votes won't count.
I don't want to be the person who's standing. I don't want to be the worker standing at the 7 p.m. versus the 7:01 people. I don't want to be that person.
Tough designation. Let me do this real quick. I just want to see. These were both 49% to 49% about 15 minutes ago. So where's the lieutenant go? 52-45. 53-45.
So got some more numbers in, and again, it's early. This is what happens as we're continuing to go through.
Where are we at statewide reporting totals up there? 27% now. How many precincts is that reporting? 2492. So we're not even to halfway yet.
Yes, it's still, and this is the thing about voting. In a state as big as Texas, we've got more than 9,000 precincts. So it's going to take a long time to get all that data in.
And that number isn't total votes. Those are just the ones that are reporting numbers so far. So there's a lot that haven't reported any numbers yet as we go into the 9:30 hour. This is why people have been talking all week. You might not know tonight who the winners are going to be and who the losers are going to be, because the voting clearly, we're 2.5 hours after the polls closed for most of the state, and not really much at all in terms of the number of precincts reporting even.
Black versus white. Explain to us what we're looking at.
The white counties are the counties that have reported. The black counties are the ones that have not. So you're seeing a big difference in the number of precincts. Not counting, excuse me, the precincts in each county add up to 9144. Those are the black areas. The white areas have had precincts reporting tonight, which not very many, not even halfway yet.
So again, it's going to be a long night for us.
I'm glad I brought some coffee.
Did you get some coffee?
Thanks to you. You bought me a cup. 30% reporting
thanks to Hunter Williams, our meteorologist, who said I'm going to go pick that coffee up.
Hey, he had to do something tonight, right?
All right, so again, we're still continuing to watch these races, and this is really shifting, and this will be really telling. I would imagine that the Collier team, that the Garza team are on pins and needles right now, because you go from winning a race to being down significantly. And so that's interesting to see how that's going to shape out.
Look at the difference. Look at the difference. 22% for the lieutenant governor, hit governor. 30%. So for some precincts are reporting governor numbers and not reporting lieutenant governor numbers, which doesn't make much sense to me.
It could be fed into our system. They could be feeding in the numbers differently into our system. It's being updated in real time from the Associated Press. So they could be putting in governor's numbers first because they know that's what we all want to know, and then going back in. We're trying to get that
That's why you're the managing editor of political content.
Look at you getting my title right for the first time ever. Good job, Brian Mays.
It only took how many years?
I don't know.
Hey, I'm old, Quita.
Hey, well, be sure to stick with KVUE. We're going to have much more coverage, not only on these statewide races, but also local races for you coming up tonight at 10.
shooting straight across the sky. It's the way you love me. It's a feeling like this. It's centrifugal motion. It's perpetual bliss. It's that pivotal moment. It's impossible. This kiss, unstoppable. This kiss. Cinderella set the snow white. How does love get so off?
Okay. Don't move. Don't move. Tape it down.
Sometimes it's hard to tell. I still miss you more than ever. Please don't say a word. If you see If you see her, tell her I'm doing fine. If you want to, say that I think of her from time to time. Ask her if she ever wonders where we both went wrong. If you see her, if you see her, I still want her. That is why today I am in the Rio Grande Valley to officially announce my re-election to run as your governor of the great state of Texas. And I count on you, let me hear from you, can I count on you to join me in this fight for the future of Texas? All of us, we're building a movement that starts right here, right now, and will spread across the entire state of Texas.
Governor Abbott understands that parents matter. They matter.
Nothing is more important to the future of Texas than ensuring that our children are well educated. And we must recognize that no one is more critical to the development and to the success of our children than their parents.
But I'm running for re-election to secure our border, to fully fund our police officers, and to ensure that we reform the bail system to keep dangerous criminals behind bars.
Texas has the fastest growing economy of all the states in the United States of America. Since you last re-elected me to be your governor, Texas has added far more new jobs than any other state in the entire country, because I am running for re-election to keep Texas #1 for jobs in the economy. Our lives are not defined by how we are challenged. Instead, they're defined by the ways that we respond.
Is everybody ready? Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, what excitement, what excitement. But you know what? I want you to do one thing. Do y'all see that Muno up there? Take a look at it. Do you know what it's saying? Texas did the right thing again. Elected a great governor. About a year ago, we had a great news. Governor Abbott came to South Texas, to McAllen. And what did he do? He started his campaign. And I remember I introduced him. I introduced the governor, and I told the people, never before had we ever had a governor that visited South Texas as much as our governor, Greg Abbott. As a matter of fact, I told him, hey, Governor, why don't you just get an apartment here? So, but you know what? It's amazing. We have such an amazing area, the Rio Grande Valley. McAllen is such a safe place. And a lot of times I get asked, what do you think, what do you attribute that to? Well, first of all, we have a one hell of a police department. But then we also have Operation Lone Star, where we have our National Guard. We have our DPS. We have people that our governor has sent down here to protect our people. And what has resulted? Last year, the 7th safest city in the country, McAllen. This year, the 6th safest city in the country. 2nd safest as far as violent crimes in the state of Texas. Governor Abbott, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It gives me great pleasure. It gives me great pleasure and an honor to introduce a great friend of South Texas, a friend of Texas, our great governor of Texas, our governor, Greg Abbott, our first lady, Celia Abbott, and his daughter, Audrey Abbott. Welcome, give him a big round.
That's what I call a warm South Texas welcome right there. And to the mayor, I want to say it's an honor to be in your town to celebrate this incredible night right here in McAllen, Texas. Listen, I want to start out by thanking the most important person to me, and that is the fabulous First Lady of the great state of Texas, my wife, Cecilia Abbott. And we're so proud to have a young lady that we admire more than any other young lady in the world, and that's our wonderful daughter, Audrey Abbott. And I want to thank all of the volunteers, all of our supporters, and my fellow Texans for making this victory night possible. Thank you all. So let's go back. We started this campaign in South Texas. We celebrated my primary victory in South Texas. Tonight, we return to South Texas to celebrate my re-election for you being your governor for 4 more years. And to be clear about this, we planted our flag in South Texas, and we showed America that South Texas is now electing Republicans to office in our great state. Right before coming out here, the numbers stayed the same, and I think they will stay the same. I'll be able to tell you something that's never been said before. The ground on which you are standing right now is now going to be represented for the first time by an Hispanic Republican woman, Monica De La Cruz. She'll go to Congress, and the first thing she will do is to fire Nancy Pelosi as Speaker of the House. But it's bigger than that, because Republicans that we endorsed were elected from Nueces County to Cameron County, Hidalgo County, and all the way over to Terrell County on the border, and counties in between. So I want to say tonight, congratulations to the next generation of Republicans who were elected tonight. They will be tremendous representatives at whichever level they serve. So I ran this campaign for Texans to have safer streets, for homeowners who are burdened with skyrocketing property taxes, for our oil field workers who beg for me to protect their jobs, for parents who just want to choose the school that's best for their child, and for small business owners who thank me in every location I went to for keeping their jobs open and businesses open during the time of COVID. I ran for the farmers and ranchers down here on the border who pleaded for a more secure border in the state of Texas. And I ran for the thousands of Texans who came up to me and they said, "Governor, just keep Texas, Texas." And all of you inspired me, and all of you propelled me to what has now become a resounding victory for my re-election. So now it's time to go to work for all of those people as well as for all Texans. And it starts by keeping Texas as the #1 state for the best economy in America and the #1 state for jobs. We must tap into our $27 billion budget surplus and use that to give our property owners the largest property tax cut in the history of Texas. We must fight against Joe Biden's war against oil and gas and keep Texas #1 for oil and gas production in the United States of America. We must also strive for excellence in education. Now, we already rank #1 for the number of blue ribbon schools, as well as we have one of the highest high school graduation rates in America. Also, since I was elected governor to begin with, Texas has become the #1 state in America for the most Tier 1 research universities. But more must be done to improve our math and reading scores. More must be done to improve college graduation rates, as well as to provide skill job training that leads to good jobs. But we must never forget, our schools are for education, not for indoctrination. Schools must stop pushing political agendas and get back to teaching the fundamentals of math and science and reading. But more important than all of that, our students need to be taught why and how the United States of America began with literally nothing and went on to become the best country in the history of the entire world. That is what they need to be taught. And we have no doubt some people here tonight who did their share to keep America strong with the mightiest military in our history. If you have ever worn the uniform of the United States military, would you wave your hand so we can see you and thank you for your service? And we have others who serve among those numbers, and that is those who serve in the Texas National Guard. Wave your hand if you're part of our troopers. We also must, speaking of law enforcement, we got to fully fund our law enforcement officers and give them the respect they deserve. We need to end these easy bail policies that allow dangerous criminals out onto the streets. And we must escalate our battle against the deadly fentanyl that is pouring across our border. We must treat it like the crime that it is, and that is murder. And I have jump-started that process by declaring that the Mexican drug cartels are terrorist organizations, and we are going after them. Texans have demanded a more secure border. And what I think is going to happen tonight, when all is done, the new Republican Congress they have promised to do their job to secure the border. We must hold them to their promise. They must reinstate the Remain in Mexico policy and go back to building our border wall. They must reimburse the state of Texas for every penny that we spent doing the federal government's job to secure the border. And they should defund the 87,000 IRS agents that Joe Biden tried to put in place and use that money to hire 87,000 Border Patrol agents so they can secure our border. Speaking of which, we have tonight with us some members of the National Border Patrol Council. Wherever you guys are, they're over here. Thank you guys for what y'all are doing on the border. We appreciate you guys. But listen, where and if Congress falls short, Texas must continue our unprecedented efforts to secure our border. So listen, tonight, Texans sent a very resounding message. They want to keep Texas the beacon of opportunity that we have provided over the past 8 years. A Texas where working families can flourish. A Texas where students can be prepared and inspired for college or for a career. A Texas that supports our law enforcement officers and our military. A Texas where we safeguard our fundamental freedoms. And a Texas where everybody has a path to prosperity. All of that is possible in Texas. So once again, I want to thank everybody who made tonight possible. Listen, we have quite literally the best campaign staff in the history of the state of Texas. They ran a strong, tough, good campaign, and they're incomparable in the history of our state. At the same time that our campaign staff was working, we had the people who serve in the governor's office working around the clock, serving you, the people of Texas. And so we can both serve the people of Texas and run a solid campaign at the same time and win at doing both. I want to thank all the volunteers, people who did this for the cause, not for the money. People who knocked on doors, people who sent out texts, people who made phone calls, people who got voters out, people who cared, people with passion like this young woman that I've met. There's not been a single time I haven't been down here without her and her daughter being here. And I even know about her daughter's little boo-boo on her knee that she had that's healing up right now. But she's precious, but all of you all are precious for the way that you put in the time and effort to make sure that we would win. And I want to thank my supporters for record-breaking resources that we needed to make sure that we won this race going away. But most importantly, I want to thank my fellow Texans. I want to thank you for your votes. And I want to thank you for your trust. Just know this, we will go to work every single day to earn that trust. And together we will keep Texas the greatest state in the greatest country in the history of the world. So God bless you all, and God bless our great state of Texas.
thing that we have all done together over the course of the last year, some of you over the course of the last 5 years, some of you who have the misfortune of being married to me over the last 15 years, but we're all together here tonight, and I just want to begin by thanking each and every single one of you. You've been so amazing for us, with us, to us, for the duration of this, and I cannot thank you enough. And I want to begin by thanking my family. My mom, Melissa, I hope is still here. Where are you, Mom? She's at the bar. Love you, Mom. You know, some of you know this, some of you don't, but in addition just to being an extraordinary human being and to being my mom and the mom of Aaron and Charlotte, my two wonderful sisters, and the strongest person I know, we learned that my mom had cancer just months ago, and a pretty aggressive form of cancer at that. And the whole time that we've been campaigning together, and she's been pushing us and supporting us and encouraging us, she's been in the fight of her life, literally, and undergoing chemotherapy and treatments in Houston and then coming back to El Paso. But without fail, the unconditional love and support and the push that you give me day in and day out kept me going throughout this. So, Mom, I love you so much. We're all on your campaign now against this cancer. And my sister Charlotte, my sister Erin, Maximo, Patrick, this entire family, Brooks, Christine, Jimmy, Jane, all the family who came in from out of town, love you all so much. For Amy, who, you know, sometimes folks will say, it was so nice of your wife to give you permission to do this. And those of you who know us and know our family, there was no permission sought. There was no permission granted. This was a decision that you and I made together. And we did this because of the other part of our family. Ulysses and Molly and Henry, they continued to be the impetus for this. We know that at some point or other, we will face their judgment for what we do or what we fail to do at a moment of truth like this one. And we wanted to make sure that we could come through. And when they ask us at some point down the road, what were you up to when all these terrible things were going on in Texas, and when we still had a chance to do something about it? We want them to know that we stood to be counted along with so many other extraordinary, wonderful people who are in this room with us tonight. So I want to thank my family. And those of you who've been part of this campaign, you know this. Amy has been out on her own, doing town hall meetings, conducting rallies, doing interviews on media in Spanish and in English as well, block walking every day, converting people who've never voted a day in their lives. She registered someone who was 83 years old last month, who's voting in the first election of her lifetime. So watch out. Next time you see an O'Rourke on the ballot, it might just be Amy O'Rourke, okay? No? I want to thank all of our friends who are here again, who have supported us back from running for sixth grade class president at Mesita Elementary, Chris Cummings and others, and everyone who's been giving us a push along the way and helping out as we've been in the campaign of our lives. I mean, we've put every ounce of effort, every moment of time that we have into this, and you all know that, and you've been there for us, and you've been there for our kids, and you've been there for counsel and guidance, and even, you know, Mike Waters' spiritual direction, and connecting me to the higher power in our life. And so to my friends who are here, thank you all for your love and your kindness to me. Love you all so much. Now, let me just say something about this campaign team. So Nick Rathode, who is our campaign manager, who is, where is Nick? Nick, if you could raise your hand, also at the bar for understandable purposes right now. Nick Rathode came in and had the courage to take on something that, you know, most people said by the odds is going to be absolutely impossible. But just like Amy and me, he's thinking about his kids in his home, how he's going to answer them, how he must come through for them at this moment of truth. And he took the reins of this campaign, brought together a truly extraordinary team that ran an amazing effort in this race. I was just always struck by the professionalism and the effectiveness and the efficiency, where we had to make a virtue of a necessity, given how much more money the other guys had, how much more advantages were held on the other side, how tilted the balance is on this field on which we play right now. And he brought the best of the best together. Too many to name, but in every department, every activity that we had to undertake, about the folks who stepped up and answered the call under his direction. And in the truck I was traveling in, and I've been on the road literally, we got in the truck here in El Paso on November 15th, 2021. And we basically stayed on the road, with some exceptions back here in El Paso, every day since then. And in that truck, we had Chris Evans and John Grote, also known as the Hotties, in the back, for those of you who follow them on social media. And in the co-pilot seat was Cynthia Cano, who has just an extraordinary person. Every one of those events that we have held across the state with this amazing events team, and there's, again, too many people to name and to count, but we went to where literally nobody else ever goes. We went to the places that everyone goes. We literally went everywhere. And Cynthia and this team set those up, connected us with those people, kept us on time, kept us alive, kept us on the road, got us here to this point. And so, you know, you spend a year with a bunch of people inside the cabin of a truck. And, you know, if you don't kill each other first, you develop a deep love and friendship and gratitude for those who are with you every step of the journey, every mile of the way. So to the team in the truck, I just want to say thank you to Chris, John, Cynthia, and then all of you, and every volunteer, every person who signed up for a shift to knock on doors, to make phone calls, to write letters. You all were part of the most amazing effort that I have ever been a part of, at least in my 50 years on this planet, and the most amazing effort I've ever seen in the state of Texas. And we've been part of some amazing efforts before, but this one really takes the cake. And you think about where we all were when we all made the decision to do this together. I mean, just the odds that we faced, for starters. And the fact that the party in power has been in power not for years or cycles, but for decades so far. The advantages that they had in money, in people, in the powers of incumbency, and the levers that they could pull, in the way that voter registration and just being able to cast a ballot in Texas is a lot harder than it has to be, and a lot harder for people who might otherwise be voting for us. And all the challenges that we already had going on in this state. This democracy under attack, a grid that did not work, women's rights to make their own decisions about their own bodies, under attack here more than anywhere else. And, you know, most people would look at that and just say, no thanks, and many did and came to that conclusion. But against all that, at a time when we could be tempted to give in or to give up, we all decided instead to give it our all. And that's what I think distinguishes us and defines us right now. Everything that we could possibly give to this, we gave to this. And I don't mean the candidate, and I don't mean the staff. I mean every single person who was a part of this campaign. This amazing finance team that, though the governor had more resources and more ability to raise resources, outraised the sitting governor of the state of Texas 3 quarters, 3 different reporting periods. All the small dollar donors, all the big dollar donors, the 95,000 plus volunteers who knocked on more than 5 million doors across the state of Texas, made millions more telephone calls, wrote tens of thousands of letters, made these amazing banners that we saw hanging over freeway overpasses all across the state of Texas. You all are amazing. And here's what we decided to do together. Once in action, we realized that that action, that work, that being with one another is the absolute antidote to despair or succumbing to current conditions or the status quo. It took us across the entire state of Texas. It's the only way to meet a state this big and this divided, to go to where people may not see eye to eye with us. So you could not be too rural or too Republican represented or too big or blue for that matter, for us to be there, to listen to you, to learn from you, to seek the common ground in front of us, and to find out where we could agree and where we could work together. That's what I want to see for my Texas and for my country going forward. In a state that has this level of voter suppression and voter intimidation, the hardest in the nation in which to cast a ballot or to get your name on the rolls to be registered to vote in the first place, we made those who've been shut out from this democracy our priority. And when I talk about those 5 million doors and the millions more phone calls made, we were targeting those who had themselves been the targets for disenfranchisement in the state of Texas, bringing in new voices that we had never heard from, votes that had never been counted, the very people who should be able to decide the outcome of this election. And against a governor in a state where there are no campaign contribution limits, where he started, folks, $50 million ahead the day that we entered this race. This team never gave up. Hundreds of thousands of people gave whatever they could, $5, $25, $50. And through this finance team, they were able to get people to give a lot more than that as well. And then we used those resources as effectively, as efficiently as we possibly could, knowing that we would never be able to outspend the incumbent, our opponent, but knowing that those resources were precious and we had to use them to get to those doors of those voters who otherwise we would never hear from in this election. In other words, all of us doing all we could with what we had, where we were, wherever we were across the state of Texas, the most awesome undertaking that I've ever had the pleasure or the honor to be with. And it brings us now to this moment where, after we have described to our fellow Texans the choice in this election, after some truly historic failures in this state over the last 8 years, we offered a vision, a Texas where every woman makes her own decisions about her own body and her own future and her own health care. A state where children don't have to fear going to school and being gunned down in their classroom and their parents having to identify them by the shoes that they are wearing. Or in those same schools, teachers not having to work 2 or 3 jobs to make ends meet because we treat them with enough respect. We pay them enough so they can focus on that most important job in front of them. A state where we expand Medicaid and folks can afford to see a doctor, go to a mental health provider, fill a prescription, be healthy enough to go to school or to work or to raise their families. A state where we are no longer incarcerating people for possession of a substance that is legal in most of the rest of the country right now. These are things that not just Democrats agreed on, but Republicans, independents, our fellow Texans from across the state. And the best way that I can put all of this in a way that maybe any of us can understand is we just want a state where people are free enough and healthy enough to be able to pursue their potential and rise to fulfill their true promise. A state where we are not defined or divided based on our differences, but find the common interest for the common good right here on the common ground before us. Well, that still is the Texas that I want to live in. That is the dream that I, and I hope all of us, will continue to pursue. I don't know what form that will take. I don't know what my role or yours will be going forward, but I'm in this fight for life. I'm in this with you. Thank you, man. Thank you. And listen, and chingon, that's right too. They're trying to translate that right now on the news feed in other parts of the country. Hey, so you know, who knows for any of us, right? But I just cannot thank you enough for giving all of us who are part of this campaign your time, your resources, but most importantly, your faith in what could be possible in this state. Let us never break that faith. Let us always keep that faith. Let us also back it up with the fight necessary to continue to try to win over and over and over again until we can realize this dream, these goals, this Texas that we want for one another, that we deserve for our kids, and that ultimately one day we are going to be able to bring home. Thank you all so much for being with us tonight. Thank you for being part of this campaign. Les agradezco. We'll see you out there. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye. Thank you.